Call the meeting order. As always, before we start our meetings, we go to the Lord in prayer, and we'll let Glenda start us out this morning.
Let us pray. Dear Father, thank you for letting us gather here today. Please watch over our meeting. Let us say things and do things that are pleasing to you and honoring. Please watch over our county today as we have this fog. Keep everybody safe on the roads. Place your hands of healing on those who are in need. In your name I pray. Amen.
You played hooky with it, so you don't read the prayer.
Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Check them off in order. That's what we had. See if we have a quorum.
All right, I'll go ahead and call the roll. Ms. Bechtold?
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook?
Here.
All right. Mr. Cox?
Here.
Mr. Booth?
Here.
And Mr. Turman?
Yes.
All right, you have a full membership. So,
And next will be approval of our agenda. Does anyone have anything they want to add?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would like to amend the agenda to add around 9:10, 9:15, somewhere in there, Pastor Josh Blankenship to the agenda, please. I'd like to make that motion.
Motion, do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Motion second, call to roll.
all right. On the motion to approve the agenda with, as amended, Ms. Cookenbook?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold?
Yes.
Mr. Booth?
Yes.
And Mr. Turman?
Yes.
All right, as amended.
Next will be the approval of our monthly disbursements. Go ahead.
So it says computer supplies, technical supplies from Wills Ridge. Just for my own edification, I think it's a wonderful thing that we're able to utilize Wills Ridge for such things.
Yeah, so that would be screws and hardware for server racks.
I got you. Okay, thank you.
I don't remember what that was.
Yeah,
They have like every piece of hardware known to man.
they do. They do.
You have anything, Mr. Booth? You searching? You searching? So, nobody has any questions? I'll take a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Motion to second. We can call roll.
All right, on the motion to approve the disbursements as presented, Mr. Booth?
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook?
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
And Mr. Turman?
Yes.
All right, thank you, that has been approved.
We're about 4 minutes early, but I don't think Dr. Willer would care. Oh, hold on 1 minute. Oh, yeah, I forgot about the minutes. I'm sorry. I'll use this 4 minutes. So- All right. Approval of the minutes. Does anybody have any questions or corrections?
Yeah. So, they're in that, I've just gone out of it. Hold on. I got a little slap happy with my, on the June 28th, it just seems that we're not capitalizing check where we should be. And I don't know, I just would like to see a more, check was not capitalized in a couple of different places. Yeah. So, I mean, it's just good to do that.
Okay. We'll take care. We'll make that correction.
There are also some name incorrect spellings. My last name being one of them.
Oh, no.
Wait a minute, that's usually me.
All right. We will make those corrections. Are
Well, the computer does the best it can.
Yeah.
Go back to Davis.
I keep a list of what I've been called, and that's why if you're anywhere close, I just accept them. Anyone else have anything?
Oh, yeah, there it is.
I'll take a
I
motion,
missed that. It had been correct everywhere else.
take a motion to approve.
Can we do them separately?
Yes, if it's so inclined. We don't start May 10th.
So moved to approve May 10th.
Yes.
I'll second.
Motion is second. Call the roll.
all right. On the motion to approve the minutes from May 10th, Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Booth.
I abstain since I wasn't present.
Oh, thank you. And Mr. Turman.
Yes.
That's why I wanted to do that.
Yeah.
I was wondering what your problem was. All right, June the 28th. I'll take a motion to approve.
I'll make a motion to approve the June 28th meeting with the corrections noted.
I'll second.
All right. On the motion to approve the minutes from June 28th as corrected, Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
and Mr. Turman.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. So they've been corrected. Thank you.
Yeah, now we're right on time.
See, look at that.
Then 15 seconds, look at that.
Good morning.
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 We still progressing very nicely with everything. No major updates to give you. Everything's going well as far as school goes. Yesterday we won the region cross country, both boys and girls. Looking for a good state run with that, and then hopefully after tomorrow night we'll see where we're seated with football with the playoffs. But everything else academically is going well. We finished our first quarter, and so we're rolling right ahead and adjusting back pretty nicely as well as you can in this climate. So our construction's doing well. We're still getting in the engineering priority list for equipment that has to be replaced, as we talked about before, the larger units in the larger areas. We'll look at that, but once again, we're fortunate with having some relief money to do it, which we won't have to piecemeal it. And still with the construction assistance program, no word. Came back Monday from a meeting in Richmond. Still no word exactly what that process will be, but as you look at it and you're waiting to see if they'll make it retroactive. Since the CCDC is still in progress, I still haven't gotten an answer on that, whether you have to make it retroactive for projects that are currently you're involved with but have not closed out. So, and like with that one, that's a LCI measure, and that's a 20%. So, at least that's almost $3 million and we'll work hard on that grant once that comes out, and that money will go right back over there. So, still waiting to see the word in the process for that.
As are we.
Yeah. Yeah, and we'll hit that quick whenever it comes out, and I'll work with Miss Martin, with Ladina, and whatever we have to do. And there's no question what they're looking for is what we got, and that's workforce development. We had probably the best job fair that we've
Yeah, I was going to
had.
ask about that.
Yeah, that was a lot of people from a lot of different counties need a lot of workers. So they came, and We even had another school division, a larger school division, come and see how we do it because they don't get very much participation. And they toured our facility, our new facility down there. So that went real well for us, and that's the object of what we want to do with this journey, and that's one of the driving forces with this assistance program there, that you create jobs.
Right.
So hopefully we'll have a good shot at that, and we got a lot of good information to put in when the grant process does come out. But everything's moving fast. Believe me, Frith wants to get done with that building more than we do, but it's getting there and doing a lot to the finishing up some of the exterior landscaping, which is part of the project, just cleaning it up. So it's not looking like a construction zone as much anymore, but everything's going good. And I just have to say, like I said, I was at Richmond with all the other superintendents, and what we built that for, I mean, I was hated quite a bit. I was hated quite a bit, believe me, because they're trying to use their money, and the prices are skyrocketing.
Right.
Just from initial projects.
It was good that we did that project when we did. So right now, if we were trying to start it today, we wouldn't be anywhere near the same amount.
Right.
No, we're very lucky. We all should have went out and bought lottery tickets that day when you approved that, and very, very fortunate in our timing.
In a way, we did.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's, we're doing well. We're still moving along at a good pace, and before we know it, the holidays will be upon us, and our first semester will be over.
Dr. Millsap, did you send the school, send him a copy of the letter that we sent to the Board of Education recently?
No, but I can do that
Do you
today.
mind doing that?
I will
just
do
so
that
you
today.
send them?
Yep. I'll do that right now.
How bad is this increase in diesel gonna hit y'all?
Right now, we're getting the word we're okay. Obviously, not just the schools, but the county, the government, where a lot of our vehicles get the same diesel, we'll always be a priority. As far as the cost goes, you really won't know that till the end of the year. I mean, we won't run out of money, hopefully. I mean, if something gets that high, it's going to affect a lot more than just our budget. So our budget will probably be the least of the worries that we'll have to deal with as a county. But right now, there's no fluff in our budget. There never is. So there's no built in for a drastic raise. We'll roll with and see where we are in the spring and see what happens.
Expand on that. Do you have a plan B, or you're looking at a plan B if it's not the price, but the shortage?
Well, the shortage too, we talked yesterday with Clark. So we are a priority. Right now, there's not a concern, is the way it was put. Because it'll be prioritized just like our county would be. The vehicles that need to run will get the fuel.
I seen a little article this morning, I didn't get to read it, just scanned it. It said that we're not short on diesel. The United States is not running out of diesel, but, it just depends on which story you read, But I did notice that it did go up when I came by service stations this morning. So
Yeah, we'll roll with the fluctuations and make sure our kids get to school and make sure we take care of them is the main thing.
tell you what, our budget don't allow too much wiggle room. This
No.
diesel's really worrying me, or not only the diesel, but the other inflation cost that's happening.
It is, and, like I said, ours, we'll just see where we are in the spring, and right now we're okay. There's there's no pot of money buried behind the school board office. I can guarantee you that, or anywhere else. So we just have to roll with and see what we got.
It was dug up long ago.
It probably was. Probably was.
Anyone else have a question?
Just say thank you for what you do.
Well, I appreciate it. We got a good thing going here in Floyd with all y'all and with our board, and we got some good people taking care of our greatest resource, our kids. So a lot of needs out there, and we got people that enjoy meeting them no matter how tough. So
I don't know if it's me or just wanting to see it or if it's true, but see me, like the students I see this year more enthusiastic about getting back in school.
it was
Yeah.
greatest year out of my 35, just because where we were the last 2.5. I mean, it's just human nature, and you saw it. It doesn't matter whether they were 5 years old or 18. You saw it. I spend more time in schools now for my own benefit just to see that, and so. Nothing. Y'all good?
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, we'll keep moving along, and as soon as we hear something on any type of free money, we'll jump on it.
Yeah.
We'll be
All right.
excited.
Thank y'all.
See
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you. So,
And put us right back on time. Lisa.
Morning.
Morning. Hello.
All right, we're just back to follow up on the possible increase of the gross income and the net income for the tax relief for the elderly, and to see if the discount can be maybe upped a little bit to help the taxpayers of Floyd County. Also, we was proposing to amend the ordinance, if we can, to match the Code of Virginia, go from January the 1st through April the 1st instead of May 1st, since our system allows it to put discounts in before we post the book, if it's possible.
it's up from Steve.
So we had it in our last month's pack.
Did you verify which parts of these exemptions and relief we can adjust?
I think Linda was supposed to be checking with Mr. Durbin to see which things was allowed, if we can adjust those.
Yes, so I did get with Mr. Durbin about several questions that you all posed, both when the commissioner was here and then some other ones. So, and I've looked at the ordinances, well, the applications from some of the other communities. And so you would still have to have an amount, but you can make changes to the amounts. So that was it. I had also been asked about to change the penalty and interest question, and the answer to that would require an ordinance with standard publication requirements of twice in a newspaper having general circulation. And so since we would be amending an ordinance with whatever you do, for the most part, that's probably, I think Steve has told us that would be the best process. So if you would like to give us some guidance, and then we can go ahead
So
if
we
you
could
want
do
to
that.
publish.
We could do those back to back, separate public hearings.
Yeah.
Back to back, same advertising and everything.
Yeah, and if I might, Mr. Booth, and one other thing that he told me that you asked me about, you can extend the payment deadlines by up to 90 days by resolution, but everything would have to be by ordinance. And then he also said there is no ability to waive penalty and interest once it has been accrued. Rather, the board could reduce penalty and interest to zero in a forward-looking manner on payments that are not already delinquent.
Well, see, what I was getting at,
That's
is
what
if we decided we wanted to do that, then we could go ahead and authorize you today. There'd be an ample time for a publication, and we could have a public hearing at our next meeting. Then it would apply to anything from December 5th forward, because it's not late until after closing on December the 5th.
Yeah.
That's where I was coming
Yes.
from with doing that. So basically, we waive penalties and interest with some guidelines for,
Mhm.
from say December to February 5th or whatever.
Right.
Mhm.
Give an extended time there
Mhm.
with some
Guidance.
guidance. I mean, it wouldn't apply to anyone that's already been delinquent or their delinquent bill from last year or the year before, but
But at least this one.
Right.
could you send us, do you have, I can't find it on mine. Do you have the copy of the sheet that she's talking about that, lists the number?
The number?
This is what was presented
Okay.
last
Thank you.
time.
Couple meetings ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I went through my emails.
I went back and I
Missed
couldn't
it.
locate it, so
Thank you for bringing
I
it up.
tried. You saw it, sir.
May I ask? So Lisa and Janine, I always like to kind of get my boots on the ground take on things. How do you feel? What is your how is it going to affect your office in whatever we do? What is your perfect scenario that would make the job of extending a deadline, whatever? How would it least impact you?
As far as like the tax relief, we start January the 1st.
Right.
They come in and do their applications and they qualify.
Right?
So before we post our real estate book, we've always added the discount in. So when the tax ticket goes out, the discount's always showing at the flat rate, which, if you get the max of 200, you have $100 off your first half
Right.
tax ticket, and then the second half will come off by December 5th.
Right?
But then as far as like the penalty and interest, that would all be done through the treasurer's office.
Right.
We don't have any part of
Right.
that part. So once we just allow the discount,
Right.
then the treasurer sees it on her side of what their discount is.
And in terms of whatever we may come up with in terms of the discount, you would prefer to have us come up with a flat rate?
Flat rate is easier in the system than it's easier when it processes through the treasurer.
Gotcha.
So on the first half, it shows what the discount is and follows through on the second half.
Okay.
And if I might, Mr. Chair, in looking at, just to back up a little bit what the commissioner was saying, when I was looking at even some of the larger jurisdictions, they mostly also use a flat rate. They might have multiple flat rates for different levels, but again, those are places where, the income levels are well above the vast majority of people in this county.
Yeah.
So, but that almost even the largest ones that have lots of folks in their commissioner revenues office usually do a flat rate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see where 15.325.
Right.
Something like that, but when you get into the real weird numbers, I can see where it could really complicate things. That kind of like treasurers always wanted us to do either a full penny or nothing.
Exactly.
Don't do a half cent, 3/4 cent, or
Because even when the tax rate changes, those little cents do change when you're figuring it, but the flat rate is much easier in the system and easier for me and the treasurer when it's processed.
well, I know we're not too far off from areas around us, but I know also we have a large population of retirees,
Correct.
and a lot of those retirees never had opportunity for 401k, and they're on Social Security. Any stock they got is on four legs,
Yeah.
That's right.
what I call edible stock. I think we need to reflect that, move these numbers.
Yes.
Not saying, I mean, if you take right now, I mean, and don't take this the wrong way, with land prices and everything else, $125,000 net worth is not a lot.
No.
And I think that needs to be upped. And, 25,000 gross income, that's too low as well, I think.
My 2 cents is the total combined gross income should be reflected by the Virginia guidelines for the federal poverty guidelines, which is updated every January. Income should be taxable income only. And your combined net worth should exclude property. Cash value of life insurance should not be considered. You're taxing people for what they've invested in, not for what they have access to.
So if I might, Mr. Chair, just since we'll have to get with Mr. Durbin to write this up, would it be all right if I asked you to repeat that again and make sure I get it right? And then
For the total gross combined income, I'd like that to be based on the federal poverty guidelines that are updated every January. Income, I would like that to be taxable income only.
That includes Social Security,
It does now,
because that's taxable income, so it's like,
over a certain limit, yeah.
right.
Yeah, after you, most of it is not, but after you hit a certain level,
Right.
then it's taxed.
Right.
So
Would you like to exclude Social Security?
I believe it would be better because some of the,
Okay.
Yeah,
some of the elderly.
Right, that's all they have, yeah.
and
So
it's all they have.
taxable income and exclude Social Security.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, because it's a,
yeah, I know.
Because I think it's based on, if you got like a second income or something, they may have just enough to.
Right.
right,
And combined net worth, I would like to exclude property. And assets exclude cash value of life insurance. Because if you cash that out, it becomes taxable income.
correct.
okay, thank you for repeating that.
And of course, this is 65, 65 and older.
Yes.
So that allows for our elderly who have property.
The
We
family
want to put a
farm.
limit on the amount of acreage. I mean, if somebody has 400 acres,
Do you want to make it one property?
Can,
Or I don't know, it gets
I'm not sure if we can exclude that.
Yeah.
Steve's gonna have,
yeah,
anyway, you can shoot this to him where we can make some kind of decisions today, because I was thinking just basically numbers we could come up with.
Right.
We're talking about changing other parts of the ordinance, then he's gonna have to check it against the code and say either yes again or no.
because you're going to want
Yes.
this by,
We need it today.
Yeah, because with us moving, we're going to have to try to get all of our stuff done by the move date if we can.
right,
Because this will go out the last working day of December.
right.
Yeah, we need Steve to answer us and get back today on, I don't have
Yeah.
a problem with what you're proposing if we're allowed to
if it's
do it.
legal.
Yeah,
Right, yeah, I can,
And just tell him we need an answer today
yeah, okay,
or yesterday.
okay,
That'd
okay.
be even better, and that would, I think it's what, because I'd be hesitant to do some of these
Right.
others
Oh, yeah.
without knowing we have authority to take them out.
Right, right. Well,
Maybe we have to put numbers associated with those versus taking them out.
Right.
Lisa, can we get a copy of the form that they fill out too, just so I can see
Yeah.
what that looks like?
It was in the other package.
Okay.
Yeah, this is just what we give them as information.
yeah.
Can we do the same thing in personal property? Did Steve ever answer that question?
So I didn't get an official answer from Steve on that, but I did look at the statute, and that one potentially for personal property would be broader, and it would be not income-based. So there's I think some that you can do that are like
Exactly.
just everyone over 65 or whatever. I think that was when I was looking at the statute.
So
I
you
saw
can have
that.
one personal property as well.
Yeah, but it would be very different because, of course, this one has an income test where that statute does not appear to have an income test. I'm not the attorney, so I would still want it, Steve, to tell us for sure.
And you don't play one on TV.
That's right.
Add that into it too, because if we're gonna do something like that, if we won't be in time to do it this time, if he hasn't got
Right.
us something template or something,
Well,
so.
and I think the personal property is probably what's at the front of everybody's minds. Anyway, did you say we have about 80 people that take advantage of this program right now for the real estate?
Yes.
Right.
Small.
It is, but they're so happy.
So there's
with
about
it.
80 that's qualified.
Yes.
Do you think that's because it's not known? Like, what do you?
Well, it's on the tax tickets, it's on the website.
I know.
But they
It's just, a
don't
lot
read
of it just, this
the-
bringing in, coming into the information. A lot
Yeah,
of people
it's
don't
the
like giving
process.
that information, but
Correct.
we got to make sure they qualify. And most of them do once they come in with their proof and,
A lot of
right.
read
But $200, that helps a lot. For what it is right now.
Steve can't get back to us because I got my doubts he's gonna be able to.
Well, if he can't get something back to us on that today, then I would recommend we go with these two numbers for this time and do that in the next one, but that's just. I'd be hesitant to go advertise something we don't have authority to do.
These two numbers that we have here? Yeah,
25 and 125.
That's what it is now, though.
yeah.
And so that's what I'm saying, it doesn't take anything to hit that 125 mark.
Yeah, 'cause
Right.
before we
'Cause-
changed it, gross income was 20,650
Right?
and the net worth was 75.
Yeah, right.
So when y'all made the change in 2019, we went up to 25,000 and then the net worth was 125.
Right.
So if,
I still
if
say
I,
that combined income has to go up, though.
That's all they'll do.
if I might, if you all, I don't know how what Steve would think about this, but if you all wanted to suggest something that was more like Supervisor Bechtold's suggesting, and then give us an alternative. If the lawyer says we can't do that, here's the numbers. If you could because you're not actually, you're authorizing the public hearing on
Right.
it. You're not making the final decision, so you
Right.
still have opportunity to make some moves.
Because that's a lot of research for him to do real quick.
Right, and I
just
don't know-
can't see him doing it today.
Well, and I don't know if it's a court day for him or not.
Right, yeah.
Because this is not our normal time.
Today's Thursday, but for y'all to get it in the paper next week, you have to do it by at least Friday, so y'all can get the details and get it to the press on Monday, so.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah, at least by Monday.
well, I'll throw some numbers out there. If we're just changing the
Right.
gross and the net, I'm looking at 35,000 and 175.
Now, I'd go with the 175, but I'd raise you.
Is the other one still too low?
Yes.
Yes, I'd go to
What's
50.
what's the poverty 40?
The poverty level on January 1st, which of course doesn't take into account all the inflation, for one person in the family is $2,831.25 a month. So my big issue with this gross combined income is it doesn't reflect at all the poverty guidelines.
What's the gross combined, if it's two?
If it's two, it's 3,000. Oh, yeah, gross yearly salary is 45,775 for two.
I don't know, I'd do 50.
I'm good with 50.
I don't know. I
As
mean,
a
if you
start,
wanna
as a
do
base.
45, that's okay. I mean, the thing is, 80 people?
Well, that number's gonna go up. That's the
It will.
total.
And the flat rate will be 200.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that number's pretty,
Yeah.
unless you want to get into percentages. Look at her.
No,
Look at her.
like, no,
I'm saying,
no.
no. You know, we do 8.39%.
It's only $200. I mean, I shouldn't say it's only, but it's $200, but it allows more people to access that.
Yes.
And I think that's important right now. I really do.
I could live with 50 and 175.
Go on.
And yeah, 50 and 175. And of course, this is all subject to the public hearing and
Right.
And
That's
approval.
what the public hearing
Correct.
is. And that's alternative one, then yours would be, if another one agrees, I agree with what you put there, so if one more agrees, then that would be
the preferred,
alternative two.
right?
And what was you proposing again?
My proposal is for total gross combined income of the owners to, the year is based on not any hard number, but based on the federal poverty guidelines, which come out January 1st of each year. Income to include taxable, exclude Social Security income. Total combined net worth should exclude property. And assets should exclude cash value of life insurance.
And that just allows somebody who's perhaps a widow or a widower who only lives on Social Security would have this. Somebody that has a golden parachute, which are quickly disappearing in the United States of America. Hardly silver. That generation is pretty much, there's not many left.
Well, and it could be the difference between them, I know it's, as you said, $200. That could be the difference of them holding on to their property.
Yeah.
Preserve it for their family versus, it's costing me too much money, let's bust it up.
Yeah. And there's a part of me that wants to put that a little higher.
If we base that off of the poverty every year to change and adjust, is that going to be difficult in the office when you're trying to figure out how many people's in a household? And because each number is different
I'd rather, even if
Well,
it's
I'm
difficult.
just wondering
Yeah.
on their end, their workload, if
Yeah.
it's how that
Protecting our citizens.
Yeah, they would just have to, I guess, provide us proof what the income is per household to proceed,
Right.
They pretty much have to do that now anyway, right?
Yep.
Yeah, because right now, when they come in, if somebody lives with them, you've got to know what their income is, because, you're allowed to take $6,000 away due to the relative that's in the home.
Right.
But most of the ones we have, they're usually just a single,
right.
the ones that we have now.
And I would say
There's
that'd be
not-
the majority.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Well,
be sure and ask Steve too on that, if we're going to the poverty level, since the code says when you change that number, you have to have a public hearing. Need to be if we can tie it to the poverty level without having to go through that process where it's automatic.
Do we have an idea
I don't
of
know that the code will let us. But
our
That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I know.
delinquent real estate taxes? How many people are not paying because of financial hardship?
That would be the treasurer's office.
But we're at what, 97%? 90
Yeah, her collections
are outstanding. Yeah,
Yeah.
and those folks are not, the people who are not paying when we end up on the courthouse steps are not the elderly,
Right.
just so you know.
And many of them get it taken off the steps before it gets there.
How many like on the bubble folks have you seen come into the office that with these changes 35, 45, 50 on the gross income, do you think that's going to impact
I think.
that? Like you personally had to say, no, you don't qualify right now.
Right. It's sad when you tell them they don't qualify.
But I mean, do you see
No, it's not large. Because like I said, a lot of people just are not aware of it. They see it on the back of the tax ticket, but a lot of people don't like sharing their private information.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand that.
So we'd be same way.
yeah.
Yeah, I am.
So if you're like, oh.
I mean, I'm okay.
But you
with
just have to
50
make
and
sure they're
175.
eligible the way it's said already, so.
Yeah.
But-
And it's something that we, the net worth, if we can go with the poverty level like you're saying, then that's fine. But on the net worth, that may be something that we may need to visit every year instead of every 2 or 3 with changing times.
Yeah.
Then I'd be interested to see what they say on the personal property too.
Yes, definitely.
And I think there's a new House bill coming through. We might check with Steve on that. I think with the veterans, there's a new bill coming through that you can allow a different tax rate for personal property for tax relief for the elderly.
Okay.
So it'd be the same thing as being adopted in that as well, if you would, well, moving forward with that.
Okay.
I'm ready for a motion.
May I just say something? You know, for those of us in our audience, you know, this form it's a draft only form, but it has some very good information. And I would encourage anyone that thinks that they may apply to visit the Commissioner of the Revenue's office currently on the 3rd floor of the courthouse, soon to be in the Village Green, because your office is very welcoming and will help anybody. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And I'll make that motion to increase the gross combined income to 50,000 and go to public hearing, advertise 50,000 gross combined income and 175,000 net worth, advertising it twice in a paper of record, and a public hearing for our December meeting, I guess, right?
Yeah, but
Real estate.
On real estate.
Well, I think what we need is, not being contradictory.
Yeah, that's fine.
We need a motion that
Authorizes.
authorize the county administrators to advertise the increases in the ordinance.
Right, to 50 and
Per-
175.
Well, yes, that part, but if hers is, if Plan A, if that's the one we're looking at doing, we need to do those numbers and those changes if allowed.
For our
By
attorney.
adding that if allowed, the numbers is fine, but we need to include her changes, so if they're allowed, then they can proceed and advertise them. If they're not, then,
We'll go back to the numbers.
Contingent on the
well,
Right, our
Steve's
attorney.
approval.
But if we go with her numbers, we drop back down to 46,000 and not 50.
But we remove a lot of the other,
Understood.
right,
Right.
the qualifiers for that 46.
I think the numbers, even though we've mentioned that we're a little high this year,
Right.
we can word it so future years it automatically goes with what the
Poverty level is.
poverty level is,
All right.
can't we?
Yeah, I think so.
Do we need to have anything in there about the January 1st through the April 1st?
Well,
Adopting back to the code for Virginia.
that goes into the,
That's all I'm saying.
that's a separate,
Separate hearing, same
that has
day.
to be a separate hearing
Yeah.
on that. So if you've amended your,
I've amended.
or your motion, then if
Right.
you're ready, I will second that motion.
Okay, just make sure Dr. Mills said.
Trying.
It's so that she has both
recorded.
options.
Right, it's recorded.
Just make sure what she gets to the paper is what we've been,
Yeah, and I'll send, after I get up with Mr. Durbin, I'll send something out to let you all know and double check it before we send it to the paper on Monday.
All right.
And, okay.
got a motion.
So,
Who's second? Glenda, okay.
Okay, so the motion is Mr. Booth, second by Ms. Nick.
No, me.
no
Okay.
opposite. She made the motion, I second.
All right, thank you for clarifying that. All right, on the motion to authorize the staff to advertise as required for change in ordinance 2 times in the paper of record for a public hearing related to changing the ordinance for the elderly and disabled related to real estate, to either increasing the numbers to 50,000 and 175,000. Or if approved by legal counsel, to make a variety of changes, including increasing total gross income to match the federal poverty level as listed in January, increasing taxable, or excluding from taxable income, Social Security, for combined net worth excludes property, and in terms of assets, that life insurance is also excluded. And yes.
Correct.
With that, okay. With that, Ms. Cookenbook.
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right, so that is approved, and again, to clarify, I'll follow up with legal counsel about that. Would you want a second motion about the dates? As Mr. Cox had asked about that, because that would have to be a separate hearing, but on the same
If we
day.
can meet the deadlines to get back from him, I'd like to see it at our night meeting, if
Okay.
we meet the guidelines.
Yeah,
Next possible date, meeting date.
which is
What date is that?
November 17th. Well, that's gonna be
No,
close. We won't make it.
No,
No, the 22nd.
22nd.
Yeah, we
excuse me.
moved it.
Yeah, 22nd.
I'll make that motion if you're ready, that we advertise the public hearing date for the 22nd meeting
Okay,
at 7 o'clock or as soon thereafter.
okay,
I'll second.
okay. And that's for changing, for both of them, but
Either
this one in
one,
particular is
whichever one we
changing
have
the
to
date that they have to apply from May 1 to April 1.
January.
January
January
1st
January
to April 1st.
January 1st, okay, to April.
To comply with the Code of Virginia.
That's a good thing.
Yes.
Okay, that's good. All right, on that motion, let's see, it was made by Mr. Booth. Mr. Cox, all right. If I might, I'll call the roll on that. Mr. Booth?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook?
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel?
Yes.
And Mr. Terman?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you. Thank y'all very much. Thank you.
In relation, if I may, to that same night, how do we need, do we just need to advertise a, public hearing to adopt a resolution or an ordinance removing the penalties and interest from December 5th to a certain time? Whatever we agree on. Is that by resolution or by ordinance?
He's getting deep. ain't he?
Well, I just want to do it
No,
right.
I want to say we've done that by resolution.
I thought
before.
we did it by resolution before, but
Yeah, during the pandemic, we did it by resolution.
But that might have been an emergency.
There was no emergency.
If I might, I think that's probably the case, and going back and reading what Mr. Durbin said, in order to change the penalty and interest, it would require an ordinance with the standard publication requirement of twice in a newspaper having general circulation. You could extend payment deadlines by up to 90 days by resolution.
That's what it was.
All right.
That's the difference, but other than extending deadlines, everything else requires an ordinance.
We could, I don't know. That's two different scenarios,
Yeah.
and this is geared toward, or from where I'm coming from, is trying to help those or not compound the problems of those that are having problems paying
Right,
by compounding it with penalties and interest.
correct.
So I'd be more inclined to get him to draft us an
An ordinance.
ordinance. I see.
So that'll be three things we have public hearings on.
Mhm.
December, January, I would think extend it 3 months. February. To
Yeah,
February
to
5th.
February.
You're waiving penalties and interest from December 5th to February 5th on the personal property.
Okay.
That's 2 months, yeah.
Well, you got all of December, all of January.
Did you
Should we
need
do
us?
March 5th and make it a full 3 months?
90
days.
Yeah,
I think
90 days would be better.
Just, we might want to think about if that has an impact on the cash flow.
Yeah.
Well, it's just the,
Just,
yeah.
it depends on a little bit of what guidelines we.
Yeah.
I know people here,
We're not extending the payment deadline. We're extending the fact that they won't have penalties and interest.
Interest for
For
that
certain.
time period.
that's kind of a difference without a distinction.
Yeah, we need to get Missy to figure out how much that's going to
Well,
affect us.
we need to kick it back to February, I think. Well, that is our, because from June with the payments and stuff we have and the expenses from June to December is usually pretty tough anyway.
And so you're moving the December payments to February, so you're making 2 more months
There's still
of
few-
cash flow issues.
There'll still be quite a few people that'll pay it because they don't want to be listed as delinquent. Well, technically, we're waiving penalties and interest, but you're still considered delinquent. What I'm trying to do is find a way to help those that need it the most.
Distinguish between being late
And habitual
Right.
non-payer. But unfortunately, like anything, there are gonna be people that take advantage of it.
Right.
I'm not clear enough on what our cash flow is to tell you a certainty one way or another, and apologies. It's a year and a half isn't helping us here.
Could we look at, could we look into that and come back to it maybe later in the meeting?
Yeah. I think
If so, I'll withdraw the start of my motion.
Well, I mean, even see if treasurer has any ideas.
Yeah,
Maybe some kind of payment, if you're making payments of a third each month,
or something.
right? So we can at least keep the cash flow going.
Right.
Yeah, we're checking I'm thinking we have several bond payments right in there.
Right,
A little bit of skin in the game.
right. So if you're making payments, if you're asking for a 90-day extension or a 60-day, that would be make a half payment up, and then the next half without penalties and interest, potentially. And then if
It's
you,
not made within 90.
correct, full penalties and
Penalties and
interest.
Right.
Correct.
Yeah.
What was you saying?
So if I might, Kim was just looking at our big bond note payments are generally in February and August, February 1.
We definitely don't want to go past February.
Well, February 1. So, hate to rain on the parade,
Then
but
we'll amend that number to, January
January
30th or,
So you,
no, it's cutting it close.
you
Is
would-
that a wire payment or actual mail payment?
Either mail or physically walking it over.
so you withdraw your motion?
Yeah, I did for now. Let them get some more information.
thank you. We'll put high priority on researching
But
that.
See if Missy has anything. She'll be the one collecting them.
Sure she did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did I say that?
Well, she would, and I'll ask her, she would have an excellent idea on inflow. Then the question is, the bond payments and stuff are more out of this office.
So,
Right.
guess we better move on. Just squeeze Josh in here that quick. He may have stuff he needs to do, so.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm a little taller here, so bring that up some. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm not going to preach to you, I promise. For the opportunity to be here this morning. My name is Josh Blankenship. I know most of y'all. I've known most of y'all for a good while. And I've lived in Floyd pretty much all my life. Grew up in God's side of the county, up Minion Valley. And I always joke with people that that's God's country up there. But now I live in the Berks Fork district, and Floyd's a special place. For me, I love Floyd County. Been here all my life. Never dreamed I'd get to pastor in Floyd County, and never dreamed of being on that side in Czech. Never went to Czech before. Indian Valley and Czech, that's a long distance, one side of the county to the next. But I'm very grateful to be pastoring at Faith Baptist Church. Feel unworthy, undeserving, but I say it because I'm there. I get to pastor some of the greatest people in Floyd, I believe. My whole goal here today, and I've talked, apparently there's a big thing going on in Czech next year with Floyd Fest. My whole goal here today is I've talked to concerned citizens, I've talked to people in the church, talked to Levi some about Floyd Fest. and I'll say this before I continue. My job as a pastor is to be there for people, to help people, to honor God, to honor Jesus Christ. And when you look at the cross of Calvary, you see the cross as an addition symbol. It adds to your life. It doesn't take away. The enemy, John 10:10 tells us he comes to steal, kill, and destroy. He likes to divide. And we have a lot of division, not just in our county, but in our country. And so it's cliche, but for me, you used to see the bracelets years ago. For me, on any issue, especially the issue with Floyd Fest, is what would Jesus do? So as a pastor, I've got to have the heartbeat of Christ. I've got to look to his word on things, but my job is to preach, teach, and share the gospel with everybody I possibly can. The gospel is the good news, the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ. If I believe that eternity hangs in the balance, if I truly believe that, then how much should I be sharing that with people? That's my goal. That's my heartbeat. That's the heartbeat of our church in the community. But the reason I'm here, and I promise you I will not be long. I'll try not to be, and people who go to my church will say, yeah, right on that. But the reason that I'm here is our church keeps getting brought up, here at the meetings. It's a touchy subject, and rightfully so. It's a big deal. I don't belittle it. But one thing that I've learned in my life, and I still consider myself as a young man, been married 11 years, we've got 5 kids and a wonderful wife. But one thing that I've learned in my life, sometimes the best things that are said are the things that are never spoken. I try to be really wise with my words and try to honor God with it. But the reason that I'm here is because the church keeps getting brought up into the equation with Floyd Fest, and we're right beside of it. As the crow flies, you're probably 200 yards from our property to where Floyd Fest will start. I have been in contact with Mr. McBroom. We were supposed to meet. We had a baby, so that messed that up. And then he's out of town this week. And I do plan on meeting with him and talking with him. And just, again, my goal and my job is to point people to Christ. Love people. Cliche, again, I know. But the questions come up is what does the church think? How does the church feel about Floyd Fest? What kind of impact is this going to have on the church? And today I kind of want to talk about our church just for a second to give you the heartbeat of it and give everybody a good understanding on how we thrive and what's been happening at Faith Baptist. And I know everybody thinks that Floyd Fest is the biggest story in Czech right now, but respectfully, I have to differ. The biggest story going on in Czech is our church, what God has done there in the past 2 years. And just to share with you a few examples of what he has done, and I put the emphasis on God. I don't, but I don't take any credit for this. I'm the vessel that God is using out there, and He knows my heart. As humbly as I can say these things, I'm trying to point a picture of our church this morning. But in the spring of 2020, me and my family took a leap of faith, leaving one ministry, not knowing where we were heading, just jumping all in. Lord, take us wherever you want us. And little did I know, the pastor out there, this is pre-pandemic, okay? Little did I know that the pastor out there had planned on going to North Carolina. So got a call, start going out there, and candidating. Long story short, in August of 2020, voted me in as the pastor. In a year where most churches didn't experience growth and didn't see a lot of good things because of what was going on, we were the exact opposite. We seen growth physically, and again, I don't say this as a dig to anybody that was previously there, but just what God's doing. On a good day, before I came, they would have 50 people on a good Sunday. A bad day for us is 150. This past summer, we had 260 at one of our services this past Sunday. And that's just the physical growth. That's still not the most important. Financially, and y'all have hurt my head this morning sitting in here listening to all these numbers. God bless y'all. But financially, and we're called to be good stewards with what God blesses us with, but we're mission-minded. We support 16 missionaries. We had 5 when I started, and we're up to 16, planning on taking on another one. And this past Sunday, again, the biggest story in Czech, you won't read about this in the press or on the media, we took up over $15,000 to send to a mission field in South Carolina for drug addicts and alcoholics. But still, financially, that's not the most important part of growth. Spiritually speaking, at Faith Baptist Church, we have seen so many people give their hearts to Christ, fall in repentance and ask Christ to save them. I remember in the fall of 2020, when it wasn't popular to be open or whatever, and I'm not here to debate that, we had a little 9-year-old boy give his heart to Christ. Had we not been there, that would have never happened. We'd been praying for a man for 10 years. He's from this county. I'm not going to mention his name. An older man. We had a special prayer service out there one Sunday. This man's close to 80 years old. He gave his heart to Christ because of what's going on out at the church out there. We've had many revivals. We just recently had a tent revival where the community came together with about 300 each night, different denominations, just all about Christ, all about the cross, because that's all that matters in the end. I've seen people I never thought I would see in church, people I used to go to school with. I went to school here. They even walk through the doors and expect the walls to come in on them from coming in, but they've come in and they've been faithful. And marriages have been restored. Families have been restored. I've had wives come up to me in tears telling me, I'm just thankful my husband's in church with me, vice versa. I'm thankful that my wife is with me. My grandkids are here. Our youth is thriving. We've been to conferences, and they're carrying that into the school to be a positive impact for people with the Lord. People have been restored. We've helped those that have been on drugs, those that have been on alcohol. And I could stand up here all day long and give you testimony and story after story at how God has blessed our church out in Czech. And the reason I tell you all that is to put emphasis on the church and say this. And this is what I want you to take away today, is how the church feels about what's coming. It's not my job, or it's not the church's job. I don't know the legalities. I don't know the logistics of Floyd Fest. I do know that there are going to be things that are done that we're not going to agree with when it comes to the Bible. I don't sugarcoat. I say this a lot at our church. If the shoe fits, wear it. And we confront it and we talk about it and go through it. So I understand there are going to be things, biblically speaking, that are not going to line up with us as a church. But we at Faith Baptist are not worried about how Floyd Fest is going to impact us. We are worried at how we are going to impact them with the gospel. We are looking at this as a mission field. Concerned citizens have every right to be concerned about this. You move out to the country to be in the country. So I get that. I do. That's a whole different ball game. It really is for people that live right there in that area. But I would say this, and I've said this to some of the concerned citizens, especially the ones that believe in the Lord. He's the only one that can change anything. Don't let it take your joy. Don't let it steal the peace that God gives. I don't envy y'all's position, because it's a tough position to be in. But and y'all's job is to take in consideration the concerns of the citizens that are coming. But we as a church are looking at this because of the growth. I do not believe it's coincidental at what God has done in our church, and I shared this with our church last night. It's not coincidental that 200 yards from a church that is spiritually booming, that this is coming here. Sometimes what we think is the best thing, sometimes what we want to happen is not God's will. It's just God, all things work together for good. Conditional promise there to those that love God. You have to look at it in a godly way. I was watching the testimony of an atheist, and I'll leave you with this. Penn and Teller, they're magicians. I don't know if y'all have ever watched them. Well-known atheists, don't believe in God, and still don't. And everybody has that choice. If you don't want to believe in God, that's your choice. But I believe wholeheartedly there is a God, and we'll stand before him one day. But anyway, there was this fan after one of their shows that had some stuff, wanted Penn Jillette to sign and things of that nature. So he gets up there. And he also had a gift for Penn, the taller guy in the magic show. And it was a Gideon Bible. It was a New Testament and Psalms. And Penn Jillette was very impressed by a couple things. And it convicted me. He said this guy knew that I was an atheist, but the way he carried himself, it seemed like he truly cared about me. His demeanor was pleasant, and he just truly cared about me. And he handed me this Bible, and it had 5 numbers in there to get a hold of him, and an email to get a hold of him as well. But he said this, and it stuck with me. He said, "How much do you have to hate somebody to not share with them what you believe to be the truth?" So I look at this as it's coming, and if it does come, we as a church are going to share the truth and be what Jesus would want us to be. Now, I understand that's not popular, but I'm not worried about being popular. Luke 19:10 says, "For the Son of Man came not but just to seek and to save that which was lost." That's at the end of a place where he went into a tax collector's house, Zacchaeus, a man that wasn't popular, a man that the people hated. So us as a church, we are going to do our best to show the love of Christ and be what we can for that when it comes. Doesn't mean that we're compromising on what we preach. I still hate alcohol. I still hate all the sin and the things that are going on. I'm never going to compromise on that because it's God's word. And if God's word says it, that settles it for me. But when opportunities arise, I have to think like Jesus does. What would Jesus do in that situation? And that's where we stand as a church. And my whole goal of coming up here today is I want that out. I want people to know where we stand as a church. People can still ask and still bring it up, but now you know where we stand as a church. Me being the pastor, talking to our men, and even we've got people in our church that some are for it, and we've got some that are extremely against it. And my job is to keep things together. And sometimes that's not easy, but that's what God has called me to do. And that's my goal through this. July's a long ways off. Anything could happen between now and then. Every day is a gift from God, and we need to take advantage of the days that we have and not get so caught up in the future. He's the one that holds it, and when the time comes, I don't know what we're going to do yet, but we're going to do something to share the gospel with that. So that's why I came up here today. I really appreciate you letting me come and take up some time here in your busy schedules. And if I can be a help to anybody with this or questions, I don't mind answering questions or being there for somebody in that regard. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Thank y'all.
Pass the offering plate now.
Yeah.
Is that coming this way or going that way?
From what I understand. Yeah. Thank y'all. Thank you. I'm praying for y'all. Thank you.
We can take all we can get.
See ya.
You want to get VDOT on the line now, right?
Yeah, so if.
Y'all want to take a
might-
short break while they're
yeah.
getting them on the line?
Because both VDOT and the regional commission folks are going to present to you, fingers crossed, remotely. So we'll get it worked out, and if you want to take a break, make sure it all gets fixed.
While you're getting hooked up, we'll take a quick break.
So, Mr. Chair, if I might, so online here, we have several folks that are going to talk to us a little bit about transportation funding. And so, Mr. Anthony Ford, we had on here, and I apologize, I did not list your, I can't see the name up there. Carol, sorry. Hi, Carol. I didn't list Carol as well. But so we have two folks on from VDOT who are from the planning district, and they're the folks that have been helping us as staff really understand a lot more about transportation funding, not necessarily maintenance funding. That's a whole nother thing, and that's usually what we talk about. But if Floyd wanted to start thinking about different ways that we could influence transportation and maybe consider some different things that could be done. These folks have been so kind to meet with us online quarterly already, and really appreciate that. And so we would start with them, and then Eli is, of course, with the New River Valley Regional Commission, and he has a lot of hats there, but for us, his most recent one is that he helps us with transportation. And I will say real quickly on the our staff side, Carla has also, as our planner, has been doing a lot of work looking into things as well on you all's behalf. So really appreciate that. Of course, she's still out, but wanted to let you know that we've been trying to do our part as well as best we can with one planner. So thank you guys. And Anthony, I don't know if you guys want to go ahead and start.
Sure, I'll do a quick audio check. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, we got you. Yeah, that's right.
It's all thumbs up there. I'll go ahead and try to share my screen. If you guys give me just a second to share my screen. Hopefully you guys are seeing that. So Eli or Carol, can you guys give a thumbs up to everyone seeing my screen? All right, I'm gonna go full. All right. So appreciate the time to talk with you guys today. Your staff has been great over the last couple meetings that we've had with the localities. You guys, your staff have been great to get on board with this initiative that we're trying to kick off of. And as Linda said, this effort is not maintenance related. This is more capital improvement, construction related. We know there's a lot of needs out there in the local jurisdictions for various projects, whether they be safety related or pedestrian amenities, bike, congestion, whatever the case may be. And so we're really trying to align resources with the locality's interest and the goals that you guys have. So we put together, actually this presentation is one that I gave recently at a statewide meeting. So I'm giving you the abridged version this morning to really just kind of highlight some of the funding programs that we have available at your disposal. And so I'm gonna go through these as properly as I can. I want to be respectful of y'all's time. So at any point, if I go too quick or you guys have a question, don't hesitate to jump in and ask me a question. So this first slide, and I know this is a little bit hard to read, but I actually sent this to your staff earlier this week that they either put into your agenda packet or they can send to you later on. And this is a little bit of funding menu that we put together years ago. Actually, truth be told, it was Eli had invited us to come down to their area a couple years back, or a few years back now, to do a presentation, and it was like a lunchtime meeting, and we jokingly said we should have like a funding menu put together. Well, I can assure you that we've got a lot of mileage out of this document over years, and this has been updated as recently as August. So this is all the various funding programs that you guys could tap into. You see the left side of the image there is the federal programs, the right side is the state programs. There's various strings tied to whether it's federal or state money, and I won't get into that today, and I'll be glad to get into that later with your staff as needed. But you can see there are a lot of funding opportunities. A lot of people think that there's really only one or two. People hear about smart scale, people hear about revenue sharing maybe, but there's other programs that might be available to you that might really fit really well with some of the projects that you're thinking about. So I won't spend too much time on this particular slide, but if there are questions later, don't hesitate to ask, and hopefully you guys have this in a little bit more viewer-friendly format in front of you. I will spend just a few minutes going through some of these funding programs that are available, and not a lot of great detail, but just kind of want to hit the high points and hopefully maybe stir some thought in your head and come back later with questions as time permits. But this first one is Smart Scale, and not everybody, most people are familiar with Smart Scale because it's the big elephant in the room right now. It's where we're putting a lot of resources. The last few rounds of our 6-year improvement program where we've had Smart Scale funds available, we're talking anywhere from 800 million to about 1.3 billion statewide. is what we're putting into the Smart Scale program. It is a very competitive program. Applications are submitted, scored, and prioritized based on an objective process. You can see the acronym there. You know, at VDOT, we love acronyms. So SCALE of Smart Scale is safety, congestion mitigation, accessibility, land use, environmental quality, and economic development. I won't go any further than that. I'll just say that the county could be an eligible applicant for those. There are some criteria in which a project has to meet before it's eligible for smart scale funding, such as V-Trans, which is the statewide planning document, and some other things. So that's really why I asked Carol to be here, in case you guys had questions about that. She's my subject matter expert on that, and I can assure you, if you had questions of me, I'm going to go straight to Carol. So I thought, hey, let's just have Carol join the meeting as well. But Smart Scale, again, it's a biennial program. We just took applications this year for round 5. The Commonwealth Transportation Board will be making decisions between now and January of what they're going to fund in round 5, and we're already talking to localities about round 6. So, you know, we're already talking to your staff there with Linda and Ladina and others about how we can kind of best situate you guys to apply for funding in Smart Scale for round 6. All right, the Transportation Alternatives Program. I know Floyd, at least the town of Floyd, has some experience with this. Years ago, it was called the Enhancement Program, so perhaps some of you folks have been around for a while and heard of the Enhancement Program. It's now the Transportation Alternatives Program. Actually, I think there's another name now. It's like Service Transportation Set Aside or something like that, but that doesn't sound nearly as fun as Transportation Alternatives Program, so we're sticking with that here in our district. But you can see, as it says on the screen there, this is really to improve non-motorized transportation. We do a lot of pedestrian type projects, bike pedestrian projects get funded out of this. You can see on the left side of your screen, we actually helped the city of Roanoke fund the restoration of an old train depot, the Virginia Railway Station, which is a really neat project. So again, it is as described. It's kind of your outside the box alternative transportation modes. This is not the program. If you're looking for like a turn lane addition or something like that, this is not it. But it could be one that Floyd County could get on board and participate in. I will say that this one is as well a biennial program. Well, I'll talk about schedules here in a few minutes, but probably what you want to draw your attention to on this slide is it's an 80-20 local program, 80-20 being 80% federal, 20% local match. Sometimes that deters folks. We get that 20% local match. And you know, there are opportunities for some in-kind contributions to cover that. I won't get into that today, but that might be something that piques your interest. Again, federal program, it does come with all the federal strings attached of the environmental coordination, the civil rights components during construction. Some folks are always interested, like, well, how much money are we talking about here? So if you look at the bottom part of this slide here, in the last round of TAP, or Transportation Alternatives Program allocations, just in our district, we averaged about $540,000 per project. Now, we know in the big scheme of things, that's not a huge amount of money. You know, you drive down 81 and we're spending a couple $100 million on these 81 projects. That's not this. So, you know, the kind of the sweet spot of the TAP program for our district is about $500,000 per biannual cycle. Again, the Commonwealth Transportation Board member is the one that makes those decisions. And so, you know, good coordination with that person is always advised as you move forward. The revenue sharing program, good bit different from transportation alternatives, and I'll get to that slide on the next one. But this program is one that will fund a lot of stuff. You see the kind of everything but the kitchen sink on the slide there. You got new construction, that could be everything from roadway to bike ped accommodations. You see reconstruction of roads, rehabilitation, intersection improvements, signalization of an intersection, things like that. There's a lot of stuff that can be done under the revenue sharing program. Where this piques some folks' interest is the fact that it is a state-funded program. There is no federal requirements with that. However, the local match is higher. It's a 50% local match. It's interesting, you know, we often encourage people to not poo-poo on the 50% idea because of the fact that it is state and it doesn't have all the federal requirements. So therefore, the actual project cost may be a little less. So your 50% match on a lower project might actually be less or equal to the 20% match on a more expensive project, if that makes sense. So again, you see it's open to counties, cities, towns, and the urban system. So of course, Floyd County could apply for this program. Again, it does require a local match. It can be a locally administered project, or VDOT can actually administer the project for you. Same thing with the Transportation Alternatives Project. Again, I'll draw your attention to this bottom of the slide here. In the last round of projects, last round of allocations in our district, we were seeing about $880,000 per project of allocations. That just gives you an idea of kind of the scale of the project. So if you guys are, so that's the state portion. So that's a little under $1 million. So if you're thinking, you know, we've got a project that's a little under a $2 million project, you can see that's kind of the sweet spot, if you will, of the revenue sharing program, where you guys bring half to the table and we would bring the other half to the table. So that leads to this slide. Again, this slide was put together at a statewide presentation that I did, but this is all the districts in the state. And so if you, again, just draw your attention to the Salem line. You see in Salem for the transportation alternatives, we were about $540,000 per awarded application. And then for revenue sharing, we were about $879,000 per awarded application. So again, people often wonder, you know, where's the sweet spot for these funding programs? That's kind of what we've been experiencing for the last few years for those two. So hopefully that can kind of gauge some interest there. The next program I'll spend just a couple of seconds on is the Highway Safety Improvement Program. That is a federal program. That is one that years ago localities were very active in when they were applying for funds for projects to address various spot safety improvements that were needed. We took a couple year, maybe a few year, probably better way to say it, break from these local spot improvements and did more of a statewide systemic overview of the Highway Safety Improvement Program. And you can see this on the slide here, you can see some of the things that we did with that program. You see on the bottom right, you see the high visibility backplates that were put on a lot of signals. You see in the kind of the top middle, some pedestrian accommodations that were funded through HSIP programs. On the left top, you see some curb delineations and things like that. The bottom left, you see some road dyke type projects that were done where you just take a lot of asphalt and kind of reformulate, you know, what you had out there within the existing right of way and make it a little more bike pedestrian friendly, but also allowing the vehicles to access as they did before. Let me go to this next slide. So this shows the HSIP program. This may pique your interest. There's no local match on that one. It's a 90-10, 90% federal, 10% state. We just went through a recent round of receiving applications for the HSIP program. So I don't want to be like, oh, you guys missed out. Never mind. Let's go to the next slide. The reason I want to hang out here for a second is we fully anticipate the HSIP program to be an annual program and come back around probably around this time next year as well. And so we're encouraging counties to coordinate directly with your residency offices. I know you guys have a good working relationship with David Clark at the Kirstenberg Residency to continue that coordination with him about where are some locations you guys might want to see some safety improvements done and funded through this HSIP program. And so again, we just want to kind of plant that seed moving forward. I know the application cycle was missed for this year, but for next year, we're hoping that continues and you guys can take advantage of that. So one of the last couple slides I'll leave you with here is this 2-year funding and planning cycle. And I'm just going to let the animation run and it's going to fill in. And I know it's going to look a little, lot of text heavy and overwhelming. And that's somewhat the intent of this particular image. We put this together internally to really educate and inform the localities of kind of what's coming up on the horizon for the various funding programs. And I'm not going to waste y'all's morning going around this entire wheel of information, but I will draw your attention to the bottom right of the screen. You can see here in the way this is broken up, it's even years on the top, odd years on the bottom. So obviously we're approaching, fast approaching 2023. So if you look down here in the March timeframe of 2023, obviously you guys will be coordinating with the residency office on the secondary 6-year plan that you guys are involved with. That primarily includes the telefees, the unpaved road funds, and things like that. We know that doesn't address a lot of the needs that you guys are probably wanting. You know, you guys are probably hearing from your constituents about safety needs or pedestrian needs or something maybe near a school or something like that. And sometimes those telefees and unpaved road funds may not meet all the needs that you guys have. And so if you continue on this little wheel down here in the the May timeframe, you see we're going to start taking pre-applications for the revenue sharing and the transportation alternatives programs. Which, if you think back a few slides, that's the slides I shared with you previously. And so in order for you guys to be eligible for a final application later on in calendar year 2023, you need to get a pre-application in that May to July timeframe. So you don't have to have everything nailed down by the May to July timeframe, but if you guys are thinking about applying, definitely have your staff work with us to pull together some sketches and maybe some preliminary estimates and some ballpark ideas of what you guys might want to submit in that pre-application in advance of the final applications being done. So I'll stop there. This information was also shared with your staff. Hopefully you guys either got this ahead of time or can get it later, and we'd be glad to go over this in any greater detail as you guys want. So let me go back one slide. So on this slide, you see in the middle of this kind of image, this project pipeline and other fund programs. So we initiated back in September of 2020, this district project pipeline initiative, where we invited all the local government's staff to meet with us on a triennial basis, to really talk about what are the project ideas that you guys are focusing on, what's important to you, what's the needs you're identifying. And it might be too small on the screen, but I can assure you that Floyd County is listed up here on the screen of stakeholders up near the top left of the screen. So you guys have as much opportunity as any other locality or jurisdiction within our district to submit ideas for us to consider. With the whole goal, this image does nothing more than illustrate the idea of you have a project idea on the left side of the screen, and we want to work with you to get your project fully funded in the 6-year improvement program to the right side of the screen. That's really what this image is about. And so these meetings that we've been having with localities for the last couple of years are really to flesh out the ideas. You know, are these things ready for applications? If not, do we put some planning resources behind it to maybe get it a little bit closer to application ready? And then do we work with you guys to get this thing funded, work with the Commonwealth Transportation Board member to see these things come to fruition? So that, I just wanted to let you guys know that your staff is part of this effort and have been joining us for the last few meetings that we've had. And this is just to show you that, you know, these are some of the localities we're pairing up with. We've set up some Google spreadsheets, some Google Docs that we're sharing with localities, and Floyd County has been part of that as well. And I know you can't see this spreadsheet on your end, because I definitely can't see it on my end. The reason I did this was to show you kind of, this is this spreadsheet that we set up to capture all the project ideas that all the localities had. And when we started this, we didn't really know how many project ideas were kind of stirring around in the brains of all the locality staff. But at the end of it, we're sitting on about 300 project ideas that have been submitted. Now, obviously, we can't fund all 300 project ideas. We can't even align planning resources for all 300 project ideas. But one thing that we've been able to do through this, and again, I know you can't really see it, but kind of on the far right side of this spreadsheet is every time a locality enters a project idea on the spreadsheet, we'll sit down internally and figure out what is the right funding program for this project. And sometimes it's kind of illuminating to the locality, like, hey, we didn't know that funding program fit this type of project that we were trying to pursue. And so we've been able to kind of point folks in the right direction for the right funding at the right time. And so that's been a really good exercise. And then lastly, you know, if there's ideas that maybe are not quite ready for applications, are there planning studies that we can do in-house, that we can get our traffic engineering folks to do? Perhaps we can encourage you to, you know, go out and procure your own consultants or planners, or perhaps we can encourage you guys to work with Eli and the folks at the Newer Valley PDC to do some additional planning studies to get your project from, we got an idea that we think is great, to up to its application ready, where we got a scope and an estimate put together. So there's a lot of resources that we can help you guys with or point you in the direction of that we think this effort's been really good with. And I believe that's it. And I ran through that as probably quicker than maybe I should have, but I wanted to be respectful of your time and just kind of hopefully tease some thoughts and tease some ideas there of kind of what you could do. And so I have I have Carol here with me to answer any questions you have specifically about smart scale, because we know smart scale is very important to folks. It's something that it brings a lot of money to the table, but we also know there's some certain boxes that need to be checked before one can apply for smart scale funding. So we can either take questions now of me and Carol, or we can allow Eli to provide his presentation, however you guys like to do that.
Just go ahead and hear from them and then go back and answer.
Okay. So if you didn't hear that, they would like you to go ahead, if you would, Eli, and then kind of throw questions out for everyone. And just I should have prefaced for the board. So when you see Ladina on your schedule later today, that's when we would potentially talk about if you guys have any things you want to just pencil in a spreadsheet. So just so you know, so that there's a method to this. So thank you, Eli.
Thank you. And can you all hear me?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yep.
That's fantastic. I was joking around a little bit with some folks earlier today. This is a new computer for me, brand new Windows operating system. I had no idea how the microphone would work out today, but thank you for being the guinea pig this morning. But I did want to share a little bit about the New River Valley Regional Commission and how we support communities with transportation planning, grant writing, and implementation of projects. And can you all see my screen for the presentation? Yes? Okay, great. And so, as Anthony was pointing out, a lot of what he's sharing are competitive applications, which Floyd County is no stranger to. You all compete for a lot of grant programs each year, particularly in the areas of economic development. And there are a lot of opportunities, if you would choose to do so, out there that are transportation related in nature. Before I jump in, I do want to add a shameless plug. The Regional Commission actually has a partnership with VDOT and the Salem District in particular to assist communities each year with technical assistance and transportation planning. It's our rural work program. And it's intended to support any of the communities outside of our MPO area. So you can see all of Floyd County is in that planning area. And to date, since I've been working on the program and since 2009, we've been assisting with a lot of different technical assistance planning. You can see there are a lot of plans, spots here on the Floyd map, but we've tried to spread it out throughout the region. We've also done a lot of grant writing, and I like to point out that so far, for every dollar invested in the program, it's $72,500 total each year, with the local match of $14,500. For every dollar you put in, you get $88.17 back in successful grants. So I'm pretty excited about that. But that was boosted a couple years ago with a huge smart scale project that I had no idea we would ever get, but it worked out. So the next thing I want to let you all know at the county is that if you're trying to identify a transportation project, you're not starting from scratch. A lot of planning work and good planning work has happened over the last 10 years, and I'm going to touch on a few of those here for you this morning. The first being the 2035 Rural Long Range Transportation Plan, which was complete back in, I want to say 2011, 2012, but VDOT at that time invested in every single PDC region across Virginia so that they had long-range transportation plans outside of MPO areas. And we benefited tremendously from that. As you can see, their focus areas were intersection deficiencies as well as segment deficiencies along roadway corridors. And we also gleaned some really great technical sketches from the civil engineers that were on the team. So it's very unlikely that any of these measurements have changed since 10 years. So this is very helpful when you're starting to think about what are the existing conditions out there at these locations today, and how can you start thinking about how to reimagine some of these intersections or segments of roadway. And so we did just that. This is a drawing from about 10 years ago, and at the time on the board was a volunteer firefighter, and he responded to an accident at the intersection of 221 and 642. A mother and two kids were killed at this intersection. And so 10 years ago, while it's great that it's a T intersection today, there's very limited sight distance when you're approaching from the south looking west with that curve. And so we did a concept that shifted that intersection down to improve sight distance and add turn lanes at that intersection. And so this is just a concept that was worked up as a result of the Rural Long Range Plan 10 years ago. We also, did a concept in the town of Floyd, the intersection of Route 8 and 221. I made the mistake of printing this map out and taking it to a town of Floyd council meeting as one of my first ever presentations to a town council. What we were doing here was adding turn lanes, eliminating on-street parking, and widening sidewalks. And I'm sure you all could imagine how well town council representatives really appreciated me sharing these options with them. But, you know, from an unbiased outside perspective, these are some things that they could consider, and I think that they did appreciate it. But I did get talking to for about an hour about this one map alone, and I deserved it, and that was fine. But it was kind of interesting to see what things they liked and disliked, and they could see some options at scale at this intersection. And so you all are probably wondering, well, how many projects were in the Rural Long Range Plan? And you guys actually had two full page, you had your whole page, 2-page spread, and then it continued on a third page for a total of 45 projects. that were identified, intersections and segments. And so you're looking at all of these needs in the county, and the next step that we really have left to do is to prioritize these and identify which ones are the most critical, which ones have the highest benefit in your community, and then start talking with Anthony and Carol about which programs line up with these projects that have the highest need in your community. And then the next thing I would say is you have to be ready to see it through. These projects in our rural communities take endurance, and I'm going to share an example of that here this morning. Once you pick a project, you've got to be ready to put about 10 years into it to see it across the finish line, or at least that's kind of what I see since I've been here at the commission for about 13 years. So if there's not an option to pick a project and then have a new priority 2 years later, you've got to stick with it in order to see it be successful. And that is discouraging to hear, but that is a fact, and that's why it's really important that you take your time and you prioritize the projects and understand what the benefits are really in depth on the front end of your process. We've also done some collaboration with the NPO. We've conducted a regional freight plan. And I think this is particularly interesting for you all to be aware of as well. Route 8 and 221 were identified as a critical freight network for the New River Valley region. That's not a surprise to you all. There's a lot of good industries in Floyd that use those roadways and create a lot of jobs. In order for us to see this network, you can see kind of the challenge that we have in our region is a lack of data, but we're looking at current truck traffic. And if we looked at all the data, you can see this little map in the corner. It would just look like all the trucks are on 81, which there's a lot of trucks on 81, about 10 to 15,000 trucks a day actually. And so if we turn 81 and 460 off, we get this map, which shows us where the local truck traffic really is, and you're not getting those 98% through traffic in the region. So this is the key network that really is the backbone of our region that supports these industrial and employment centers in the New River Valley. And this is actually echoed in statewide planning as well. This is the state rail plan. You can see Route 100 and Route 8 are expected to grow at a higher percentage rate than most other routes across Virginia. So you can see the bright red lines there on Route 8. So I just wanted to share that with you all. We've also taken a look at bicycle and pedestrian improvements, the 2011 bike ped plan. We had some top priorities at the time. It's been several years ago, and these priorities have definitely shifted. Still love the picture that Ladina took for the plan on the parkway. It's fantastic. And we did a overall map. There were a lot of shared roadways that were proposed, a lot of bicycle traffic on these routes already. And this map is kind of key as you're doing regular maintenance. These routes are identified as shared roads, are looked at from VDOT so that they can also, if there's a possibility to incorporate some improvements, make those accommodations for bicyclists. So you all are ready to go there. And at the time, we were completing the Heritage Pathway project in downtown Floyd, and also considering the Flieger House Trail in the Commerce Park at the time. So in planning for projects, we've got a lot of new tools. We've got a more robust staff. This is the type of stuff that I can do, which is kind of getting out in the field and documenting the existing conditions. This is downtown Floyd, Old Hensley Road intersection right there next to Dogtown. They've got a lot of sight distance issues there. There's some concern. And then what I can't do is what some of our landscape architect staff can help me do is once I draw a really technical drawing, they can bring it to life. And so here on the left, you've got a really low cost scenario. There's just a lot of like landscaping, overgrowth and signs that could probably be relocated to improve the sight distance. Or here on the right, there's a more expensive before and after of actually improving that paint striping and doing an actual curb and raised grass bed to prevent cars from parking in that striped off area. And that guarantees that you have that sight distance. And so looking at these scenarios, developing cost estimates is intended to help the town of Floyd navigate how they want to improve that intersection and what their options are. Then thinking about our goal here is to move from planning to programming. So from working with the regional commission, I know actually the Salem district has resources as well to help with planning to do preliminary design. Not a lot, but if you do indicate you've got a project, they do have some it's on-call contractual engineering services that they could work with you guys on. And so the Regional Commission is a resource as well as VDOT, and we work collaboratively on a lot of these things. So smart scale, no match requirement. In order to be eligible and to compete for those funds, you all would need to define an urban-like area in the county. And the reason for that is because the other qualifying criteria are not possible in the county. We're not along a corridor of statewide significance, and we're not within a county that intersects with an MPO. So if you want to compete for those funds, that's what we would have to do. Revenue sharing is a great program that Anthony mentioned. It's a state program, so environmental and wage compliance and things of that nature that take a lot of administrative and additional AE costs come out. So it does reduce your overall project costs. So that's something for you to seriously consider. And then for bike ped, transportation alternatives. And then you will also have a qualifying area for industrial and economic development area through the smart scale there around the intersection of Christiansburg Pike Road up to the Commerce Park. So I'm just telling you what you're eligible to pursue and what you could be competitive in as far as a few programs right off the top of our head. And so I'm going to share a few examples with you. If you're thinking that's a really big hurdle and we don't want to tackle that, I would like for you all to think about the little town of Rich Creek in Giles County, population of 750. They have a project, they wanted to improve their main street. You can see two streets basically here, but they had to break the project into several phases. The TA total funding was over $2 million. The local match was $568,000. Look at that duration. They started in 2005 and they didn't finish until 2018. And so their population, I said 755. You can see the before down here. This was their main street. They had these interesting sidewalks with multiple steps in front of the businesses. The concrete was really broken up. The after, they're doing a lot of landscaping. They're doing some pull-in parking, a lot of really nice brickwork. The hurdles, I'll tell you, they had a lot. And they threw what was presented to them. The in-kind match about halfway through was no longer qualified. And so things like demolition and cleanup and disposal of materials that the community could provide were no longer eligible, so they had to find cash. And at the time, I think it was around $40,000. And we were in a community of 755. That's not the kind of money you find in the couch cushions in the town manager's office. And so they had to make some tough decisions. They've only got a staff of 2 at the town of Rich Creek, full-time staff. And so they really put their foot down to see the project through in their main street. The keys to success here, I would say, is endurance and persistence. They applied for TA funds every single year and chipped it off $200,000 at a time over that duration. And so it took a lot of persistence. And the property owners were great to work with. In the downtown, they saw the end game being a very big benefit to them. And despite some of the setbacks and the way it looked in the community overall, it was seen as an overall positive experience. And downtown looks great. At the time of these pictures, actually only one half of the street was complete. So we could shame Anthony's team into basically having to fund the other half of the street. So that was a good technique. You couldn't have a typical section of really great one side of Main Street and really bad at the other side. So there's some techniques like that the Regional Commission can help you think through to make your grants even more competitive. And absolutely, I'm not calling out Anthony's group as a deciding factor there, but just because they're on the call, Anthony and Carol would absolutely want to see you be successful as well. Okay, so HSIP. Safety money, 100% cash. This is a great program to pursue, but a lot of the time, this funding is decided based on being on a safety data top 100 list. And so I thought it would be fine to show you the intersections and the segments in the entire Salem district together, because when you turn them all on, it doesn't really matter where the dots, the red lines, and the numbers are. We don't see any in Floyd. In the top 100. And so this is because at these different locations, there's recurring every 3 years. They're having accidents every year, whereas in Floyd, we're seeing a fatality every 3 or 4 years at these intersections. And so that it's not popping up as severe in this data. And so we actually work with the town of Christiansburg They had an at-grade rail crossing where the statewide data looked exactly the same. This at-grade crossing was ranked pretty low. It was basically, you can see it's coming down a hill, and it's a very sharp turn right after the crossing. And so there's a lot of issues with trucks with trailers and cars making that turn. But we ended up coming up with an estimate of about a little over $400,000. The actual cost ended up being over $1 million, and VDOT definitely did way more work than I was ever aware of. I just looked this final number up yesterday, and so I need to probably thank the Salem district for cleaning this up and seeing this one through for us again. But this was kind of a messy project. But the way that this got funded, and you can see this is coming down the hill, moving right, and this is kind of going back up the hill, was there was local police data, police report data that had an accident. A truck was struck at the crossing. A local Christiansburg staff member got stuck behind this gate. It was started to close. This one closed first. They couldn't cross, and then this gate closed behind them. Actually went across the back of the truck bed, trapping them in while the train went by. And that's the type of stuff you don't see in the statewide databases, but you all know about locally that can make your project competitive. And so I just share those examples with you as some of the things that I've seen over the last few years to encourage you and let you know that you can do it. But it will take some prioritization and some persistence. But you're not alone, and you do have a great list of planning resources at your disposal. So with that, I will stop sharing, and I'm also happy to take any questions.
Was Carol speaking?
The chairman was asking, Carol, do you have anything you would like to add, or are you just going to wait for them to throw questions at you?
I'm just here as the Smart Scale technical resource, so I don't have any additional slides.
Okay, thank you.
Jerry's biting at the bit here, so I'm going to turn him loose.
Well, I was going to start with Mr. Ford, but Mr. Sharp's presentation raised so many more other things. I'm going to start with him, if that's okay. The listing you have there of identified projects, to your knowledge, do we have a copy of that here in office?
Yeah, that's all.
You should. If you don't, I have plenty of hard copies still. I can provide print versions for the entire board, and I can provide electronic copy.
Yeah, we could.
We have hard copies or?
Well, we probably have one or two in Ladina's office and Carla's office, but if you could send it electronically, and also if you have enough paper copies, at least 5 paper copies for these guys, if you have them still, would be great. Thank you.
You were going back to 2011, I think, with a lot of this data. Did you work with the local board of supervisors? Were you working with staff when you compiled these lists?
So we did work with the consultant, and we worked with Salem District and Christiansburg Residency, as well as county staff. And I do believe there was some board participation. We had one-on-one group meetings with each partner to determine all of the possible projects. There were likely more than 45 at the beginning, but we probably dwindled the list down somewhat from there. But it's been a while. I don't know who exactly attended and participated, but I might be able to find out for you.
Well, it doesn't matter as long as county staff or at least county staff was involved. It wasn't just something that you came up with, or it was laid in front of you by somebody say, here it is. Just wanted to make sure that local people were involved with the process. Yeah, we need a copy of that, and we need to update. We need it where we can look at it and study it, and then as times change, things change, and we may have to set new priorities using those lists. But that was all I had for you. If I can, I'll get mine out of the way. For Mr. Ford, especially as it applies to pedestrian and bikeways, a lot of these programs, as they say, the devil's in the details. Now, I know under some of these programs, yes, the county can get grant money, but those particular projects are not accepted into the VDOT system. In other words, in the future, they're not maintained by VDOT. They're left up to the local government, whether it be town or county, to not only responsible for maintenance, snow removal and that sort of stuff, but also in the future, replacement cost that may not apply, may not be any funding available in the future to cover those costs. So it would rely on local tax dollars. And I know we're getting ready to look at applying and I'm not opposed to that, but I need to, for my part, I would want to see a very detailed outline of each program and especially things like that. I know one local jurisdiction found out at just about at the end of the project that they had gotten their money through one of the programs and now the sidewalks are totally their responsibility. And somewhere that got lost in the mix and they didn't find out till the project was completed. So, and I'm not trying to be argumentative or anything like that. It's just before we jump in and start saying, hey, let's try this project under this program for myself. I want to know those kind of details as to long range responsibilities.
Sure, and I would just say that I don't think that's argumentative at all. I think that's great, great forethought and insight into this. I will say that you're right. Years ago, there was, I don't want to say confusion, but it wasn't as quite black and white and detailed as to who was going to maintain in perpetuity things going forward. We try to nail down now with each project. You kind of have a maintenance agreement in place. And I will say that if it's I'm just kind of thinking off the cuff, like if there's like a shared use facility that's more, I'll just be frankly kind of more recreational in nature, that's kind of off normal right of way. I think the expectation would still be for the locality to maintain a lot of that. If there are more pedestrian amenities that are adjacent to or contiguous to existing roadway, like if it's a sidewalk or a shared use trail right immediately adjacent to a roadway, that's more in line where we would take that into the maintenance considerations from that point forward. Just be maintaining the right of way limits. Again, those are things that we can decide in consultation between your resident engineer and the county. But I think it's a great question that you guys asked, because I will say real quick, with the federal funds, there comes an expectation that there's a useful life with these projects. And so the feds want to know that if they participate in a transportation alternative project, for example, that there's a useful life of expectancy that project will be open for public use and maintained for a certain period, or else, there's potential payback issues. Now, we've never actually delved into that, but anyway, I just say all that to say that I think you're thinking right, you're approaching this correctly, and we do need to define who's going to maintain it, because it's very important. We don't want to have a ribbon cutting ceremony and then be like, all right, nobody's going to take care of this, and it's we've wasted everybody's tax dollars. So it's a great question, and it's one that as we get into these individual projects you guys are thinking about, we can have these conversations very early on, even before you guys apply for funding, to make sure that the residency understands what's going to be built and who's going to maintain these. It's a great question.
Well, and I think it needs to be early enough that it's before you start doing much sketch planning,
Yep.
But VDOT, y'all have limited resources too, and you don't need to be spending money on a project that doesn't go forward or much.
Correct.
So we're talking, from my viewpoint, we're talking very early on in the process as to identifying the project and then what program it would go under. And at that time, figuring out, is it a program we want to move forward with? Because there's no need in you spinning your wheels, developing something, having drawings done and that sort of stuff, if it turns out it's something we're not as comfortable with.
Yeah, and I just add, not to belabor this, but just to add a little bit more, and it really comes down to what is the project include. Like I know it's not on y'all's screen, I'm not sure, but I'm back on the screen that had a little funding menu on it. Like for example, if you guys pursue economic development access funds, well, that's primarily going to be to build a access road into an industrial facility, and that will be taken into the VDOT system for VDOT to maintain. Now, if you're talking about purely a pedestrian facility only that accesses a very specific site, that may be something we have to discuss and nail down. But anyway, I'll just leave it and say that great question. And I think that's something that we can talk about early on in the process before you and us get too far in the matter.
That covered my questions.
Yeah,
So Carol, Smart Scale, well, first off, as a member of the Regional Commission, I know the value of Eli's work to the entire New River Valley, but I liken it to like the Sears catalog just before Christmas, where you open it up and you're like, oh yeah, I want this, 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 and this. But for me, Smart Scale, as wonderful a program as it was, Carol, I really truly believe it did not take into account, as Eli has eloquently stated, the majority of rural counties that are impacted, because we're not alone, by not being able to get any money. Because our projects don't fall under all of the, and I understand that it's hard to make a square peg fit in a round hole, and you got to make that square peg fit in that square hole. But is there anything on the horizon that is going to address how rural counties like Floyd will see Smart Scale money? That's my first question, so keep that in the back of your head. My second question is, Eli, in terms of what you said, it's not local manufacturing that are putting trucks on Route 8 and Route 221. It is things coming from every which way. All you got to do is look at Route 8 coming out of Woolwine and see every single truck almost coming out of North Carolina as a separate way to avoid the mess on 220. That they'd rather come through the interior and deal with that mountain than have to run that gauntlet through 220 into Roanoke. Same thing exists on 221. How much time does it save for a truck to dump off of 77 to come up to 221 and then, off onto Route 8? I've sat in my offices and watched. I can count trucks all day long, 7 days a week, and it's crazy how much truck traffic comes through Floyd. My question then comes down to, if Route 8 and 221 are such a priority, why is it that through Smart Scale or the Highway Safety Improvement Program, can we not finish the straightening of Route 8 from the end of Montgomery County through to Floyd County? How many more people have to die on that road, or in the wintertime be afflicted by accidents that happen as soon as the first snow falls, of which some of the folks that actually work in this office have to deal with? So that's all wrapped up in a nice little present with a bow. I don't know how you want to tackle it or what you want to do, but it feels like we're being left out of a giant pool of money.
Let's go back and let Carol answer her question first. Y'all done got me confused with this minutes here. So, then we'll drop back up to the other one. So.
Yeah, so in terms of the Smart Scale funding, we do often hear that complaint from some of the more rural communities. I will point out, however, that it's actually a good thing that you don't have locations that are showing up in the top 100 list. So we're not trying to diminish the problems that the rural communities have. If there is a safety issue that is recurring, that needs attention, it will show up on that top 100 list. And I understand that there are accidents happening and people losing their lives. But the whole point of Smart Scale is to be a data-driven process to point us towards the locations that have the greatest needs. One thing that rural localities can do to help with like bicycle and pedestrian type projects is something that Eli mentioned, would be to designate like a growth area. And through doing that, it would open up some possibilities for funding within Smart Scale. There are 4 different criteria. There's the corridor of statewide significance, the regional network, the UDA needs, which stands for Urban Development Area. And you do not have to call it Urban Development Area. You can call it anything you want. There's just a specific code reference that has to be in the language that becomes adopted into your comp plan. And then the last is the safety needs. We have, over the years at the district, advocated very strongly for Floyd County to be within a regional network. Eli did mention that the current definition of that is that a county has to have a portion within an MPO area, Metropolitan Planning Organization. But local knowledge, we realize that Route 8, Route 221 do have regional significance. And as you mentioned, it's not just the local traffic using it. People are using it essentially as an interstate route to get goods, as you said, from North Carolina up through to avoid other troublesome spots. So that is something that we have advocated for. And VTrans, the Virginia State Transportation Plan, every governor gets a shot at that. So we're in the process now of beginning to update that plan for the current administration. So definitely your staff have been engaged. Eli and his staff are engaged in that process. Talk to your legislators, put it on their radar. We as staff can only do so much. It really has to come from the elected officials and the people who are truly making the decisions on this type of information. And your Commonwealth Transportation Board members are also a very good resource for you for advocating for your needs.
Eli?
You want to say anything else? Yeah.
I would just say that I thought Carol did a great job answering the question. We do need some additional regional networks added to that methodology, and 221 and 100 have been what we've communicated from the New River Valley. So we're not trying to be greedy and add a bunch of roads, but I don't know that every region is playing as nice as we are, thinking through that critically. But yes, it is going to take, to Carol's point, there's an opportunity every time we get a new governor to think about VTrans differently. And so that is just on us to continue to communicate that message.
I'm sorry, Carol, did I cut you off before you got in?
No, I was done.
Okay. So, which one of y'all?
I think y'all covered it.
So,
Thank you.
all right. So the only thing I wanted to say was that I've harped on it ever since I've been on the board, and it's been 11 years. Maybe one of y'all, all three of you combined, from Montgomery County line to just past Camp Currybrook. We need to get Montgomery County on board with us too, but that little section needs some attention. There's been a lot of fatalities there just since I've been on the board in the last 2 or 3 years. And during the winter, if you get 3 or 4 inches of snow, Route 8's blocked for hours at a time in that little section. So, if y'all could just keep that on the radar or push the people that needs to be pushed or whatever, that's the only pet peeve I got right now. All the roads need work, but y'all know how that is. So, go ahead.
I want to call it one more thing.
Yeah.
More of a statement.
All right.
or a request of the three of you, and I think all three of you have identified Route 8 and 221 as a major impact roads to the area, not just Floyd. How about getting with whoever cut the funding for having Route 8 resurfaced this fall and emphasize to them how important it is to the region? I mean, we're talking about funding being relocated to another area, and this particular stretch of road that was gonna be done, it had been resurfaced in at least 10 years. Now, just a friendly request, and just to put it on VDOT's radar that hopefully in the next budget, it will be put back in. Thank you.
I got one more thing. So Carol, I heard what you said about data driven, and Smart Scale has just been, ever since I got on the board, Smart Scale came about, and I saw I mean, it works if you're not a small 15,000 population county, or lower, or maybe just a little bigger. And as, Joe referenced, that's the area I was referencing. I mean, the whole idea is, as Joey said, if 221 and Route 8 are of such a significance, then I would hope that not just us as local elected officials, but you as the transportation departments and our, district director could also, and I'm sure he is, really highlighting what an important part of the Commonwealth's addition to our country's transportation needs 221 and Route 8 are.
Yeah, and staff, we certainly agree with you on that, and we're doing everything that we can from our end to try to advocate for that. Unfortunately, we have to work within the bounds of what's in the VTrans plan and the regulations associated with Smart Scale.
Right.
So we hear you, we really do, and just keep pushing on that with your elected officials.
Could I add to that? I would just say that a lot of what we need to do in every transportation plan is ground truth data. The data has a really large statistical margin of error that's used for things like location of certain types of population and employment, things that are dictating how benefits are measured on projects and things of that nature. And so I would just say that back to the point of it, you ground truth the data and you can provide additional information that may not be in those systems. It's often very impactful. And I'll give you a good example. I-81, the travel time on that road through our corridor, I've seen several maps where it's like just a solid green line. It's in great shape. It's perfect. Truck speeds do not delineate between 80 and 30 miles per hour, as we all experience every time we are on decline or incline. And so I think it was several years ago, an MPO executive director got the right state engineer to ride in a truck with him. And so let's just pull behind this truck and see how he does and experience that in real time, face to face. But it takes ground truthing information, and it does take some extra effort. And I would just say, don't give up on that. That's often very impactful, and it's a message that we continue to communicate. And every time VTrans gets updated, we definitely share the data. If it looks inaccurate based on what we experience locally, we are communicating that. And so we'll just keep doing that until we see some beneficial impact.
I'll go on record as saying I will take anybody around in a car, whoever wants to ride Route 8 or 221 and watch the truck traffic. I'm volunteering.
Yeah, but they may not like it.
Something that Eli said there.
Say what?
I'll also add, I'll also add to something Eli said there about ground truthing data. There is one small safety loophole that we can often get a project in that's not on the top 100 lists. And that is if we do a safety study and prove that there's a safety need at a particular location. And those safety studies don't necessarily have to be some big document that requires a consultant to put together. It can be something that, you can work with our staff or Eli's staff, just to identify crashes that are happening. The data that is used to calculate all of that comes from the DMV. And if there are potentially some crash reports that are not somehow making it all the way through to that database, maybe some crashes that are not reportable, something like that. If you've got additional information with your local law enforcement, your fire and rescue, sometimes that can help us get a project in for safety consideration.
Hey, if you guys could allow me to make one more comment, I know you guys are, I'm looking at your agenda, you're bumping up against a lot of stuff, and you guys got a busy day, but if I can say one more thing, I've heard, just in the last few minutes we've been talking, I've heard of probably, I don't know, 4 or 5 different project ideas get discussed in a very brief manner, and I know Eli shared you guys had a list of like 40-some projects that had been culminated earlier. That's the type of thing that we really need your staff to help us put onto that spreadsheet that I shared with you guys earlier. We're planning to have some pretty intensive work sessions with each locality coming up in January, reviewing everybody's spreadsheets in depth, flagging which ones are maybe a little bit more ready for some planning studies, some traffic engineering studies, which ones will be ready for the spring application cycle. So where we stand right now, the Floyd County spreadsheet is blank, but I've heard today a lot of ideas that can be put on there. We don't need these ideas to be fleshed out and perfect and ready to go before they make on this spreadsheet. We've kind of treated that as our communal radar screen. So we're hearing things today that are verbally that are on the radar screen. We need those documented so that we come together in the coming months by January. We can look at those a little bit closer. So it sounds like you guys got a leg up already on this effort. So I just encourage you to keep that going, keep working with your staff, and then we'll get with them by January, if not sooner, but definitely by January when we have that scheduled meeting with them. So I encourage you guys to keep pressing forward on that.
And this, whoever wants to answer it, either Carol or Anthony, these planning studies you're talking about that we can do, are they paid for out of our local maintenance money, just like our speed studies are?
No, sir. No, we have planning. We have on-call consultants that we've received funding for that we can pay for. Now, again, we can't pay for everybody. Like I said earlier, we had 300 and some project ideas get submitted. But the ones that are a little farther along or that we agree that need to be done, we would use resources that we have access to. This would not at all impact your maintenance funds.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else? Staff?
If I might, I just want to again thank these guys. They've been so accessible to us, and having come from an area that spends a ton of transportation money, I've just been really impressed with their creativity in trying to find ways to make some of these programs that, for where I was, we're funding huge expansions on 95, but they've still been able to come up with some really interesting thoughts for you all to consider. So I really appreciate the effort they're putting in for us. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank all y'all for your time this morning. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All righty. Be time for our public comment. And before I start, I lay down the rules again. Yeah, because Mike's, this is his first time, so need to sign in if you want to talk on public comment. Because I found out in the past that, yes, up here, that I let people speak, it's not signed up, and that's when it goes off the rails. So we need to keep it as orderly fashion as we possibly can. So if you want to speak in public comment, please sign up. Let me read my disclaimer first here. It is the intent that all persons attending the meeting of the board, regardless of handicap and conditions, shall have an opportunity to participate. If any person present requires any special assistance, please let the board know in order that arrangements can be made. When you come up to speak, state your name, the district you're from, and limit your comments 4 minutes. And public comment is one way. We won't be able to respond. But if you have additional comments or questions, you can reduce them to writing and give them to staff or one of the board members. So with that, we'll Linda read our list here.
So I got 3 people on the list. Is that right? I'll make sure. So Van Fletcher
Yes.
is there.
Yes.
So I just say it in the microphone so I can make better minutes next time. Van Fletcher is the first person on the list from Locust Grove, and we have 3 people that have signed up total. Thank you.
Yes. And I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman and ladies and gentlemen of the board, for your attention. I pay taxes on 225 acres in the Locust Grove district. And of course, they, with others, help sustain the budget and your positions, everyone here. So just to establish, I'm going to start my timer. You know, you do work for us, and I appreciate the input. I thank Mr. Booth and Mr. Cox for their nay votes on the last proposed ordinance. It is for all festivals, but the one that is on everybody's mind is Floyd Fest. I suspect that Mr. Turman, Ms. Bechtold, and Ms. Cookenbook may have joined your vote had the immediate festival considerations impacted their neighborhoods or their local traffic. The actions of this board presuppose that the county is obliged to accommodate the planners of the festival and that the majority of the citizens are in favor of large festivals being hosted here. I think you would be wise to initiate a referendum on this matter, as the populace may adamantly prefer a much smaller number of attendees at proposed festivals. The attorney is deputed by yourselves to provide legal wording and advice to protect the county, so he and you 5 work for the 15,000 plus citizens. The anticipated influx of visitors and attendees for Floyd Fest is 13,000 per day, so your decision about this necessary ordinance is going to impact more constituents than the number of people coming, particularly the residents on the access roads to this property. I do think it's reasonable to presume that at least 16 square miles of adjacent locales will be affected by the loud sound. The effect of distance on sound is only to lose clarity and lyric, but the audible noise, particularly woofers, extends even farther. Your allowance of late night continuation, quote, no amplified music from 2 a.m. to 8 p.m., I think is callously indifferent to your constituents. I find it inconsiderate and entirely unnecessary. You've been so focused on this particular festival, it seems not to have reached your consciousness that other festivals may come during school months or Thanksgiving, Christmas, or Easter. Children will be kept awake by surrounding festival noise, and traditional celebrations which are not known for noise could suffer interference. Also, in a 2021 study of the United States, the majority of city dwellers went to bed from 10 to 11 p.m. Rural America has an earlier average bedtime. Your ordinance needs to cover many contingencies, and I don't feel you have secured the safety and respect of the citizenry in this adoption. That 3 of the 5 supervisors are going to decide for the entire county what should be done appears arrogant and unfaithful on its face. You also removed a dollar value for the bond. I think this is foolish. You have a foolish attorney who allowed this wording. When you double the population of this county, which will happen when 13,000 people join with 15, the festival you are wooing generates a profit to a very few persons as you do a disservice to the taxpayers. Let the organizers provide a truly generous bond. They can collect the unused portion after all obligations are settled. You would never consider using a contractor on a private project on your own home with a contractor with an inadequate bond. They're called contractors because they have a contract. Do the same diligence for us, your employers. There's no mention how you're going to evaluate the private security arrangements. There's no mention of tasers, sidearms, handcuffs for the security staff. You have no wording describing how and why a permit could be denied, other than the presumed failure to complete a checklist.
You're going over time.
Okay. Do the right thing. Picture the festival next to your home See how you feel.
You can submit that to Dr. Millsap and she can put it into records. That's where you get all your comments in. Okay, okay, thank you. So,
All right, thank you. Next, Mr. Chair, is Kirsten Vest from Locust Grove.
She had to go, she was on lunch.
Okay, all right, and then Michael, and sorry, I can't read your last name?
Schumann.
From Burke's Fork, and that's the last person.
He's got broke ribs, so we'll.
Yeah, I apologize, guys.
Sorry.
I've been hurting this week. I'm Michael Schumann from the Burks Fork District. I just have a quick concern, and it is a pretty immediate concern, and I appreciate Joe getting me up here to address it right away. And it's funny that I come on a day watching VDOT with their plans and future planning and everything going on, but immediate concerns are, need to be addressed. We've had a section of pavement put down, which is great. The surface is great on 730. It's nice to get some new surface out there. Of course, they milled the road 10 weeks too early, and I'm sure you guys heard flack about the bump in the road out there, and I even got a little humorous myself about it, but they've come back and since paved, and there's a dip, and we addressed that yesterday, and VDOT has showed that the contractors are going to hopefully get back right away before they remove their equipment. The main concern is that when a contractor leaves, getting them back to fix something is almost impossible, so that dip is being addressed. But then last night on my way home, I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with the Posey Road Ridgeview intersection. There's a passing zone that starts right there. And on my way home last night, I realized the lines they have painted, that passing zone is starting up the hill without sight distance of the Posey intersection. They have striped the road for a passing zone. And that needs to be immediately corrected. As a member, a lifetime member at this point of the fire department, and seen plenty in my day, this is an immediate concern that needs to be addressed. And unfortunately, when you call and, you do get some flack, but this needs to be addressed as immediate as possible because, I want to put it out there because I hate seeing something, an immediate safety concern, and not making sure it's taken care of. So essentially, that's what I'm here for. I'm not going to take up no more time. I just want to make sure it went on record and got put out there so that somebody takes care of it because I do appreciate y'all's concerns on Route 8 as well. Again, it seems like the problem, and I've seen it for years. I worked at VDOT almost 20 years ago. Worked with some of those guys. In fact, they refer to me as the public advocate because I see the safety concerns. And to me, the immediate safety concern from the fire department standpoint is way more important than, and I mean, yes, the planning is very important. Don't let me overstate that. But, the immediate concerns of saying, hey, we need this tree out of the road, is an immediate life safety issue, But that being said, the push on Route 8, I wish you guys luck. In years past, what I've heard is it's really the supervisors between the counties causing that project not to get completed. And now what they said, and I hate to jump right into what I've seen in their commenting, but if you guys want to push for that other information, again, the fire department, and another big thing to think about is as much as the workforce that Floyd County provides and the tax revenue Floyd County provides for Montgomery County that travels that corridor. I think that's going to be the push to get that over the hump as a project that needs to be done. Of course, the fatalities, whether they're recorded correctly, I was part of the fire department. I'm not here to belittle our fire department in any way. There's a bunch of good volunteers, but the lack of data has always been an issue. That was a big push before I took my lifetime, was to get all that data recorded. And again, that data isn't necessarily ours in that section you're looking for. That data is going to be in that county. So again, it's tough, but as much as those tractor trailers getting wrapped up side by side and stopping traffic, that's the additional information that you touched on that needs to be pushed for those projects. But again, if we could get on the line striping on Ridgeview so nobody gets hit head on at that intersection, that'd be awesome. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Oh, yeah.
Do we have any correspondence?
No, Mr. Chair, we did not have anyone who wrote in for public comment.
Okay. All righty, with that, I'll declare the public comment period over. So
Do you all work all day on it?
Whatever it takes.
Yeah,
Don't
I
you,
guess,
don't you need a real break?
well, when they start squalling at me, I gotta take a break. But
Thank you for your.
most time we even go through lunch, so. so- Board time, anybody got anything to say?
Always do.
Always
No, I
do.
don't. Some of the things I pointed out with the presentation, we need to be very careful what program we apply to and create cost. We need to know those particular well in advance, because if it's something, I mean, for years, representatives have been trying to get us to do the 50-50 program. We just don't have the funding that some of your larger jurisdictions have to do that. And like I said, then on the tail end, if you're not careful, you get tied up into something where then you're gonna be spending future tax dollars maintained and replaced down the road, which puts an undue burden and obligation on the future board sitting here. So that was just what I was trying to get pointed out, and I'll apologize if I had to take a shot about the maintenance money going for speed studies. I still think that's ridiculous, but there was a purpose for that question. I want to know, and we heard them say that no, that doesn't apply that way, so.
Yeah. Yeah, and apologize. I wanted to get his phone number so I could get details, and I'll add that to some things I've gotten from some of y'all to get with Mr. Clark. He apologized that he couldn't be here today, since we're on a different day. But he said, I feel confident you will still be able to collect some concerns for me. So thank you for doing that.
I got tickled at Mike yesterday. He called me, was telling me about that. He said he'd reach out to VDOT a couple of times, and he laughed, and he said, believe it or not, VDOT's calling me right now after he done called me. But that's the reason my phone kept beeping a while ago. I was trying to work it out for him where he could be here. And so I apologize for that. And I was hoping the gentleman would stay a little bit longer, because I guess I shouldn't say this, but with all due respect to him, when it was in my district, we had problems too. It was hard to get into Wells Village Mart to get fuel, because all these people on the way to Floyd Fest was stopping, getting gas and whatever they needed at the time, even Duxford Deli Mart, and then trying to move hay and cattle on Buffalo Mountain Road when GPS was tracking them the wrong way. There was people on Buffalo Mountain Road, Connor Grove Road. It bothered us for a few days too. But that's just my point, that I do realize what they want to go through. But, yeah.
Following up with that, Joe, looking at this entertainment and festival ordinance, I have 2 festivals down the road from me. So when I was looking at this ordinance, it was with absolute complete blinders on to Floyd Fest versus the other 2 festivals in my district. I was looking at it really in a very neutral position. I think we did a really good job looking at it, to be fair. And the safety and the considerations in the county were very well thought out, very, lots of time was put into it. And I think the ambiguity that people think because we don't have numbers on stuff is actually more considerate, because you can address the specific concerns of each festival and entertainment event that goes on. So a yoga jam is going to be different than a rock concert with fireworks. They have different safety concerns, and I think the not having hard numbers addresses that. And the safety stuff and security is all addressed actually very specifically through coordination with the sheriff and EMS. So it is very well thought out, in my opinion. And like I said, with all the time that we've put into this, my only consideration would be full rescinding of the ordinance, not not anything else. So I think
know,
people
Patrick
need to
County-
understand that we've done a lot of consideration.
Yeah, we went a step farther. Patrick County didn't even have an ordinance.
That's right, for
And,
20 years.
So,
Yeah.
Well, I'd just like to clarify something. And I'll let Levi, you can address it, your vote your way, but I voted against the ordinance because of the times. Not because I disagreed with the other changes to the ordinance. Every member of this board participated in that process, and
that was the clown show that we was arguing
yeah,
about.
we have one now. But it got us to where we needed to be. I just wanted to be clear that, like you, I tried to look at this thing, not at any one thing. And I think I made that statement several times. And tried to look at it from the point that whatever we do could impact several other organizations or one we don't even know about. But, I just wanted to clarify, my vote was because of the times, and I still hard-headed and stick by that, but I guess that makes me an old fuddy-duddy, but, and maybe, a year from now, we'll address that again. So.
I think there's a lot of, assumptions and rumors going around that are very interesting to hear. As far as I know, Floyd Fest has not purchased anything for the county, has not given anything to the county, our new radio system being a particular rumor.
Saved us $4.5 million
Right.
if they did.
They also, as far as I recall, none of the Floyd Fest organizers, personnel, worked with any of us for any specifics of the ordinance or the ordinance in general. Their concerns were not our considerations. Only the county was our consideration. So correct me if I'm mistaken in that collaboration.
They don't believe me when I say this, but the last time I heard anything out of Floyd Fest was when they was going to move to Chantilly.
Right.
And that got killed. Yeah. And so I didn't hear no more about it until they met with us that one day, and that was a surprise to me too. Yeah.
But they asked for nothing.
No. Levi, do you want to respond to anything? Let's put you on the spot.
Well, I was just gonna say, what do we need to do to get VDOT to fix that line painting for Ridgeview and Posey?
Yeah. You want to notify David as soon as possible.
I can see that being a problem out there.
And why were new passing zones put in?
Usually they take them away.
Right.
That's,
It was a passing lane. Just
they extended it.
they just put the lines in the wrong spot.
They did the same thing right there at the intersection at my house. And so I talked to David, and they came back and just sort of connected the dots and shortened it back, so it'd be an easy fix if they'll do it.
Yeah, basically it's a subcontractor to VDOT that does the lining, and they obviously didn't understand.
The old joke comes to mind about the fellow with paintbrushes and bucket of paint. First day he painted 2 miles, and then the second day it was only a mile. Maybe we need to get him to come by and do some touch-ups.
And I just want to thank everybody here on the board for allowing me my time away. I did get to see family again, and I also, I had not been to Ground Zero, and I went this time, and I did lose someone in 9/11, and it was quite moving, and I'm still processing everything. But thank you all for the indulgence of allowing me, to be away. I appreciate it.
It's all right. We had a party while you.
Yeah, I heard.
He'll let you know what committees you're on.
I'll say one more thing, because it's on my mind. But I would reiterate the point the pastor made about the division that this festival has caused this county. And a lot of us have been in this county our entire life.
Mhm.
And it just blows my mind. But I think we got to keep that as something we think about, not having this division because of some disagreements that we've had. That's all I got to say on that.
Anything else? Alrighty, we'll move on to new business.
Well, and Mr. Chair, if I might, we had advertised that we needed to have a joint closed session with the Board of Elections folks at 11.
Right.
And so I've informed Mr. Agee that he gets to wait till later today to talk about the recreation, if that's all right with you. So we can go ahead and move to the closed session.
Okay. So I take a motion to go into closed session or 2.23711A19 cybersecurity.
Yes.
Is that the only one needed?
I will look to the Board of Elections Chairman. So what's A19 is the language that applies to the Board of Supervisors. And then if you turn the page over, then that's the one that relates to the Board of Elections having a closed session.
So they have to go into
But they
that.
have to do that. So we can do this part.
Okay.
That's all
I guess
right.
what I was asking, is there any other closed
Right.
session, personnel or anything, economic development, nothing?
Shocking, huh?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I make that motion at this
Okay.
time.
And I'll second, Mr. Chairman.
All right, motion and second. Call roll.
All right. On the motion to go into closed session as the Board of Supervisors under 2.2, 371119, discussion of plans to protect public safety as it relates to terrorist activity or specific cybersecurity threats or vulnerabilities, and briefings by staff members, legal counsel, or law enforcement or emergency service officials concerning actions taken to respond to such matters or a related threat to public safety, discussion of information subject to exclusion in subdivision 2.2 or 14 of 2.23702, where discussion in an open meeting would jeopardize the safety of any person or the security of any facility, building, structure, information technology system, or software program, or discussion of reports or plans related to the security of any governmental facilities, building, or structure, or the safety of persons using such facility, building, or structure, specifically focusing on cybersecurity. Mr. Booth?
Yes.
Ms. Kickenbeck?
Yes.
Catch your breath now.
Ms. Bechtold?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Cox?
Yes.
And Mr. Terman?
Yes.
All right, we will go to closed session.
Get you another.
Sorry. Okay. What's that? Okay, motion
Take it.
by
Yeah.
Ms. Bechtold and seconded by Mr. Cox. To come out of closed? All right, to come out of closed, a motion to come out of closed session, Ms. Bechtold,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook?
Yes.
Mr. Booth?
Yes.
And Mr. Terman.
Yes.
And
I take a
certification.
motion that we certify that only those things discussed is what we went in this closed session for.
So moved.
Second.
I got it all backwards.
Nah, we know that.
All right. On the motion to certify, we only discussed the things in closed session that we were supposed to talk about in closed session. Mr. Booth?
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook?
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
And Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Yes, take a short.
You may have to lose it in session.
So,
Oh, my.
Wow.
next time you get a herd of cows, if we pay that, I'm gonna keep them.
Okay, we'll split them.
Huh?
We'll split them up.
You got that right.
We'll make money at $150 a head.
Wow.
If I gotta pay $70 a row for hay.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Chair, if I might, I had just spoken to the chairman about, even though we have the recreation policy next, I was thinking since Ladina is here right now, and I'll have to get Jacob back from the park, which I will do later, but we could go ahead and start with her. Plus, she'll be a little bit more interactive. I think the other's more going through each page. Do you want to make any changes? And so maybe if that's all right, we'll do it in that order. So kind of, if I might, is kind of an introduction to Ladina's section. It has a lot of big topics on it, but it's really not quite as bad as it looks. And I'll let, of course, Ladina explain more. But in terms of the transportation things that you saw this morning, really all that starts with putting things on that tiny little spreadsheet that they showed you, and then kind of going from there to see if any of that makes sense, if there's any programs. Also, there are some of those funds become available if we have them, the projects listed in a capital improvement plan and some other kind of things. So, or if they're listed in the comp plan. So that's why that's all kind of rolled together. Plus those are some things that have come up in meetings earlier. So with that, I'll let Nadina go. And thank you so much.
Hi, everybody. I know y'all have already had a long day, so I feel a little weird having to throw some of these big, jump in these things with you. But I did get a chance to catch on the replay this morning some of your conversations. And so the first thing I want to start with is providing you all some copies of those long lists that Eli alluded to.
Well, that's great.
Thank you. So, in the comp plan adopted in 2012, that list of projects was an appendix. That regional plan was in development at that time, and it hadn't been adopted and approved. So it's in here as an excerpt of the draft plan. So there's the list in that detail, and then here's the more pretty copy that Eli put together into kind of the regional overview plan. If you just want to take over those, that way it gives you the map list that you can kind of see where those things go. All right, so let's see the topic. The first topic, I was telling Ms. DeVito a moment ago, you all in that hour or two time this morning kind of had the compressed experience of what it's been like for us on the staff side for the last 8 years. Here's all this VDOT money that they have. Oh, but wait, you're not eligible for this and this and this and this. So, you know, it's really, really frustrating. And I do agree with what Carol said to the extent that you all could advocate directly with your state elected officials. I think this is a good moment for that, since they are redoing their kind of that the VTrans, that safety list, that top 100 they're talking about. It's my understanding that they're opening up how that's prioritized and compiled. So this is a very good moment for rural places, not just Floyd County, but you all have friends through VACO or other rural places to weigh in and say, look, when you're only doing this based on the way that they're doing numbers, the higher density localities are always going to win because they're always going to have bigger numbers than we have. But that doesn't mean our lives are any less important. So to the extent that you all have opportunity to weigh in with any of those state elected folks and your peers, I think that's really what's going to move our best chance of moving this, because at the staff level, we've been talking for years about this and for years about getting especially Route 8, but 8 and 221 recognized as roads of regional significance. there's no doubt in my mind or any of y'all's mind that they're regionally significant. If nothing else, if they don't care about us as a county and living here, they, as someone said, they will care about the fact that so much of the workforce going into Montgomery County and Roanoke County and other places are coming from Floyd. So we're part of the regional economy, whether people like to recognize it or not. So I really agree with
truck
what.
traffic you pointed out coming up Route 8. Well, they're coming down 221 from Hillsville too.
Yes.
And
Yes.
they're turning and they're going to Christiansburg or going towards Stewart.
That's right.
Coming from Stewart. I mean, and they're going from Roanoke to Hillsville.
Yes.
Get on 77 rather than 81.
That's right.
I
Yeah.
mean,
I'm telling you, it's insane. You sit at my desk at the realty office
Mm-hmm.
for a day out in the front, and it's crazy how many trucks.
Yes.
well, you see it any time of day you're going through town.
Yeah.
And at
That too.
night.
Yes. Yes.
I can hear them at night avoiding them way stations and stuff.
Right. Yes. Yes.
Yeah, it is the truth.
So so that's just kind of preface and I guess vent a little frustration on my part, but I think you all can
Is there
understand.
any way we can twist that safety money around to where we can use it to fix some of our secondary roads that we deem unsafe? I'm
I
not
think
talking about the dirt roads, but I'm talking about the existing paved roads.
I think just to echo what Eli shared, one thing we have to do locally is, and this may already be happening, I'm not suggesting it isn't, but we just need to double down and make sure that every accident is documented, whether the state police are ever called or not. We need to make sure that it's documented from all of our public safety avenues, from fire, rescue, from the sheriff's office.
Some kind of record, dispatch office, I would think.
And especially if we could follow it through enough to document the level of severity, like if someone is transported, if someone is
Right.
I'm concerned that because we're lower density, we just got to make sure that every single thing is counted and accounted for. But to your point, if we can maximize all of that we're doing, then I think pick out one or two places that you want to prioritize and let's test it out. Let's dig into it with all the right people at the table, and put it forward and see if we can get it recognized as one of those top 100 level things, even if it doesn't physically show up in that top 100, because that's the only loophole I'm aware of, is to do kind of your own local study that has real documentation of the impacts that have happened. So, and that's for you all to think about. I do think Eli was also right in saying many of these projects are going to be multi-year, waited out. You got to put in the time and the waiting list. So I'm not sitting here telling you that anything is going to happen tomorrow, next year. You kind of got to pick priorities that you know are long-term priorities, do everything we can, and then put it forward and keep pushing it. You know, meeting with our Commonwealth Transportation Board member. He's Ray Smoot. Many of you guys would know from Tech. Yep. He was, a major leader there for a long time. So that's what I would say, kind of decide what you all feel like are priorities. And certainly, Route 8, we all know, but that one is so complicated because Montgomery County, it has to rise to the top for them somehow.
Somebody important's got to get.
Floyd County. He started on Montgomery County, and they just, they weren't worried about that end of the county, and especially when it got dropped from 4-lane to a 2-lane.
Mm-hmm.
They were on board with the 4-lane there for a while.
Yeah.
Way back into the 70s.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But the entire rest of his career, he said, look, I can get you the money. Let's do it. But no, we need this over here is more important than Then Reiner built up. I figured once it built up, at least from Reiner to the interstate, something would be done, but there wasn't.
Right. Right.
And I don't know that in
girl
reality,
in.
I don't know that anything will be done to it short of
Hey,
us
wrong door.
sharing what little money we get, or their building continue coming toward the river.
Yeah, yeah.
Right.
And it has some, but not to the level
That it is in-
what I call
yeah.
downtown Reiner.
Right.
Now.
It's been probably, I'm just going to guess, maybe 4 years since we last met with Montgomery County staff and VDOT around that Route 8 issue. And it was, even though, you know, the Montgomery County folks were they were interested in the project. They have so many priorities there. But VDOT did tell us that just from the analysis that they had done, that it's it's people getting off the shoulder and overcorrecting that causes a lot of those accidents there, from their thought, and that adding 4-foot shoulders was something that they wanted to see. But that, even back then, that was $1 million a mile to do, just to give you a sense. And there was something like 5 or 6 million in those health and safety. Is that what it was? The HSIP money that they mentioned. There's something like 5 or 6 million in the whole district for 12 plus localities, just to give you a sense of scale. So I don't want to be discouraging on that, but I think we need to try to continue conversations with Montgomery County. Maybe it's at the, you know, chairman and county administrator level, or certainly as planning staff. We're glad to be part of that, but I feel like that's going to continue to be the long game to try to.
This is an anniversary year. The first board I served with when I went on 92, very early in that term, some of us had sit downs with representatives then.
Yeah.
So, you know.
30 years.
We've got to find, this sounds crass, but we got to find something to trade off that they value. I mean, I don't know what that is.
You would
if
like
there's
it,
anything.
you would think.
Well, you would think, but I mean, I don't know if there's anything.
Pepper Bridge project.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And, and I think
It's just
the
going to take
state
so much
diverted
money.
money from, you know, some of the primary money.
That's right.
From all the districts in the
Yes.
valley toward
Yes.
that project.
Yes.
We're all on board with it.
Yes. Yes.
And, but
I would
that,
think at some point, just how Auburn,
Thank you.
how Auburn is doing Reiner and they're with the school for something.
Yes.
Something would come up, but maybe not.
Yes. So, you know, let us know if there's specific things you want us to try to
ordered that. She knowed what I.
pursue with counterparts in Montgomery. Just let us know if there's something specific you would like us to do. I think Anthony, and hopefully in your online folders, you saw the large kind of spreadsheet. I do have printed copies, but they're such massive documents, and y'all are trying to eat, so I didn't bring it in. But basically, VDOT staff, Anthony and Carol and team, suggest that we submit to them a list from you all of potential projects. You're not committing to the project. You're not saying, you know, we definitely want to do this. You're saying, here are some things we're interested in. And then VDOT staff will look at it with us as staff and say, okay, this one could be eligible for this if you did X, Y, and Z, or this one you're never going to be competitive for, or that. Instead of us trying to figure out all of the arcane rules, that's kind of a moving target. I like the approach they suggested of creating that list and then working through it with them. So, you know, I know that y'all are getting a lot of additional information today, and you've already had a long day. I brought this along in case there are projects you already know off the top of your head that you want me to jot down, but certainly no pressure if you don't.
you mean as the new projects or?
Yeah.
What I'm talking about is not maintenance, because there's, as you heard, none of these programs fund maintenance, but it would be you know, improvements to existing roads. Safety is always a very, you know, compelling reason to put something on there. But sometimes you just know that there are alignment problems that are going to lead to problems down the road, even if it hasn't so far. So anything like that that requires new capital expenditure. New capital expenditure.
Well, eventually, I know road in the Commerce Center becomes the max. That's not one,
Yeah, seriously.
for me anyway.
Yep.
If it doesn't work out the way we've got it, that potentially.
Yep. And then the access into the Commerce Center, right?
615.
615 and need more and
Well,
whole entrance thing, right?
Access road to Floyd Fest.
Yeah.
I guess Jerry's Lane comes to mind, don't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Jerry's Lane.
Jerry Lane, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just going by what we've heard the most of.
And then, yeah, let's make that purple. How about that green? I had the green out because it was gonna cost money.
Oh my goodness.
They're all dry?
Purple it is.
D Hart Store Road. I'm getting complaints on that one.
Woods Gap Road to the Parkway has been one that's been my attention.
Sweet tea.
Yeah. Actually, I have a water, don't worry about it. Thank you, Doc.
Did you say a little bit, obviously I know about Lucy, Leonard Store, is that a widening project or is that a?
David?
Leonard Store, is that a widening project for that full road?
Yeah, me and David went over and looked at it the other day. They wanted it sort of like real rustic. You know the road, right?
I do.
Yeah. He said there'd be very little widening on it, but they would need some.
And this is, I know that there was discussion this morning about bike lanes or designating certain roads for bike. We need, before we do anything in the comp plan or do anything like that, we need to get with Steve and see if his interpretation is the same as previous attorneys.
Right.
But we were advised not to designate unless they had a Pacific lane built into it. Because we could be, by that, it could be that we're directing people to these particular roads. And there could be major liability for accidents and other stuff that come back on the county because we actually designate them. So it's okay to promote the biking, but we don't need, I don't know what the current comp plan's in it, but we don't need, unless Steve changes his mind or changes the thought process, we really don't need to designate a Pacific road for Pacific bike.
I don't think it can complain about that. I'll double check it, but I think we could throw them on a few years ago and then look at the previous order and some of that. So that might be something.
There needs to be looked at.
Well,
because some of these roads they were talking about back then doing, you just barely had room for two standard vehicles. If you met a school bus, one of you was going in the ditch.
Yeah.
When I went to Charlottesville last week, I was looking at them bike lanes they had through Charlottesville. There mean nothing but death traps.
Yeah.
And I got to thinking, you put one on a rural road like that, the way some of these people drive, especially mirrors on these big trucks, it's gonna be a tragedy there somewhere.
I did a job down in Elliott Valley and they've actually got bike trails through part of that, like he's talking about. And I never did encounter any bicycles, but I encountered a lot of vehicles where I had to get over into that lane so that they had room to pass, so.
Wasn't there some discussion recently about the stoplight up here for passing people on the right side?
Yeah, that's a safety.
I don't know what the correct plan to fix that would be, but
I brought that up to David when we was riding around.
I stared somebody down yesterday doing it and I went As they went through.
Does that mean you're doing it right?
Yeah.
Where I see it the most, yeah.
Yeah,
You need to do it.
actually,
But you've got the wide, you've got the
Single
square
direction.
parking.
We'll get them.
Yeah.
but they also at
We're
our
gonna try to
office,
get them to do that, but they won't save them bucking on it.
you'd be surprised how many do it at the other ones do, Ladina.
Okay.
And at some point, the entrance to Barbary off of 221 with that island there,
Oh, yeah.
at some point, that's gonna have to be redesigned and potentially a stoplight put in.
What did he say?
Yeah, I know. I was one that fussed when they went from yield to stop sign, but
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Okay, so I know y'all can't read this ink pen anyways, but I've got traffic light with people passing to the right when they shouldn't be. Barbary at 221, evaluation, especially with all the school traffic. I've got checks to see if any county roads have been designated for bike ways. I think that might be something on the tourism office side that needs to be checked. Woods Gap to the Parkway, was there anything specific on that?
just general.
Dave.
It needs to be graded and ditched and paved.
I think any of
So
our,
upgraded, can I say upgraded?
any of our major thoroughfares that come off the parkway, now every thoroughfare that comes off the parkway needs to be paved, but there are some specifically, like Woods Gap is one,
Yeah,
obviously Starbuck is the other one, but that's already
Let's see.
getting done.
Barbary
Okay.
is paved on the way, isn't it?
Yes, Barberry is paved all the way to the parkway. But there are those couple that are right close to where town is. Of course, Shooting Creek is paved.
Oh, the intersection on
Yeah.
Franklin Pike.
Yeah, Franklin Pike and Shooting Creek, although we have had some help, still not enough, especially with our new C4 winner.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's gonna cause increased traffic. I'm very happy that we got done what we did so quickly, but still doesn't solve the problem.
That hump back toward Hatcher, that needs to be taken off.
I'm sorry, what was that?
The road, you come up over a hump and then you
On
come
Shooting
down to
Creek.
that
Okay.
intersection.
Mm-hmm.
What they've done's helped, but people coming over that hump are still,
Fine.
especially if they're not familiar with the roads.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's still potential there for somebody to get rear-ended and pushed out into traffic.
Okay.
That hump needs to come off enough before it increases the sight distance. I know that's your district, but
Oh, absolutely. I've said that all along. And not to, jump in on your district, but perhaps that the new area where transportation issues may develop on 221.
I think Franklin Pike in general, pretty narrow for most traffic that's goes on there, don't it?
Yeah. Well, that's why
Well-
it's good that we lowered the speed limit at least. But
We done
And
stuff like that up there on 221 to Adena. Yeah, Gardner Road.
221,
Yeah, they put in a box culvert right there past the curve.
okay.
When they put that thing in, they paved it like 4 different places. And it's like riding a roller coaster when you
Huh.
go through there.
Huh,
It just throws you every which way.
okay.
I brought that up to David, 4 or 5 times, but it needs to be, I was hoping they'd do it while they was grinding up pavement, repaving, but
Yeah.
Remill it. And,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And where was that on 221? I missed.
it's right there at Gardner Road, right
Okay.
where Gardner's Farms.
Yep.
That is funny because they failed a compaction test on the bridge at Brush Creek. And now they're redoing it, but they did it in, like you say, like 7 different seams. So as soon as we get a storm, we'll have to see how the integrity of that.
Mm-hmm.
You come off that hill for Big Trevor way.
Yeah.
Loaded.
Mm-hmm.
It's an interesting ride.
Wow. Wow. Yeah.
And maybe it's something else to look at and maybe include Mark. You know, we have particular areas that are growing quicker than others.
Okay.
Possibly include some of those as potential. Because if you're having increased traffic, then that creates increased problems,
Yeah.
dangers.
It would be interesting to map new building permits and see where those cluster. Oop, bad word, sorry. See where those come together.
Well, that would be good information to include in the comp plan because
Yes.
you do have
Yeah.
designated growth areas.
Yes.
Just 1 second. If what's taking place is outside of those growth areas, then they may need to be moved or new ones included.
Yes, that's a very good point.
Yeah. And that just shows you sometimes how an area of Floyd becomes more popular. And
Yes.
I think Moore Road is one of those roads that we would have never thought would have had all of the development that it had once the comp plan went in, but
Right.
you know, before, and now it's like there's
Yes.
so much on that road.
Yes.
I can remember when there wasn't but 3 or 4 homes on
That
that
was it.
road. And
Wow.
then, you know.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
now there are so many,
Wow.
you know?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So even though we think we know where we want to have, or we're thinking that that's where the development's going to go,
You know, you don't know for sure.
you
Yeah.
don't. I mean,
Yeah.
how do I get 323 more people in just the little river?
Another road between mine and your district that DDOT will have a heart attack if they see on any plan is Thunderstruck Road.
Mhm.
There's got to be a way that
Well, that and Ryder Road.
riprap
Yep,
and I know some of the people down there won't like it, but that road really needs to be moved a little further away from the river in several spots.
Yeah,
That's
same
what-
thing with
that's
Roger
what I
Road.
was saying.
Yeah, same thing with Roger Road. If we don't, and I've said this in public session, if we don't figure out a way to move those roads away from the river with these 500-year rain events that are happening more every like 10 years, we're
still-
going to lose both of them.
I still think Thunderstruck should be opened back up to, was it Cyrus Road comes up?
Yes.
See, it's just a short distance in there.
Well, it is open. I mean, you just got
Yeah, but all they'd have to do is just
right.
go up there and grab it and
Yeah,
widen it
right.
a little bit.
Yeah, make it. Yeah. I mean, it's open, but it's a.
Because when that
it's a roller
river,
coaster.
when that river's flooding, that may be
Yeah.
another way they can get out.
That would be the only way they can get out. It's just people don't know how to drive that one. They get up there and they go, "Oh my God, I'm falling off the face of the earth." That's what it feels like. And that's for somebody that's driven it for the last 40 years.
So a couple of those, set in on there are the projects that might fall under hazard mitigation and other funding possibilities before. So a couple of things where it might come from moving away from the water, not just this. All right.
Well, I mean, yeah, Giles County has the same thing with, you know, and so does Montgomery County in a couple of spots too. On the New River.
Well, that's good. We started a list for another one.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it. Anything else come to mind?
We could sit here all day.
All day?
Yeah,
Okay.
we could.
Well, as you think of things, I just got a couple other things to talk through. But if other projects come to mind, we'll get them down.
Bethesda Road is another area that we would have never would have.
Oh, in terms of growth?
Road, like Moore Road, another area that we would have never thought would have had all that growth. And it has just exploded.
Well, and you can never fully predict all of that because you don't know what properties are going to come on the market down the road. There's just no way to predict some of that. Okay, so Dr. Millsaps asked me to speak just very briefly to capital improvement plan, and I'm sure that you all know about capital improvement plans. The basic idea is to have a list of capital expenditures that you expect in the future. I think you all do some of this with equipment already, but a lot of communities do it for anything that will be $50,000 or more, and if something that's got an expected life of 5 years or more. And you're kind of just doing a rolling list looking 5 years forward of things that you anticipate having to replace or those kinds of things. And then you take the one that's closest to you to potentially incorporate into your, your annual budget. The way that relates to VDOT is particularly on the revenue sharing side for you to be eligible. And you can't talk to anyone from VDOT without revenue sharing coming out about every other sentence. So I don't want to be like that. But since they brought it up, you would need a CIP if you ever wanted to be able to tap that funding. And then comprehensive planning. I just wanted to share a couple of things. One is I think this coming year will be a good year to do a major overhaul or new comprehensive plan if it works with your all's timing. And one reason is that we've been waiting for a little bit, but the new census data for Floyd County will come out and scheduled to come out in March of 2023. And a lot of that data it's just really good data to be able to add it in with what we've got for past years and kind of see what the trends have been, and that really helps give you all a sense. In fact, honestly, in a lot of ways, that's the greatest value that the comprehensive plan can bring to us as a working document, is having that snapshot of a lot of data and showing us the trend line so that as you all look forward, you can kind of see, not that it can predict the future, but you can at least see kind of where trends have been going. So that, and as you all know, there are various pieces to the comp planning process. There's collecting that data, putting it together, being able to share it with people in a way that's hopefully, understandable, and also seeking community input. The challenge is always getting that input from a broad group of citizens. Historically, there are some people that come out and other people who just wait until the sky is falling and then they come out, or they think the sky is falling. Now there's a lot more tools to be able to make that accessible to people with, all the social media and, everything like that. So, but Dr. Millsaps had mentioned the possibility of being, you may want input for transportation project ideas. And so that would be one way to start to test the waters of getting community input and kind of testing out what people respond to or what kind of, response we get. So I just mentioned that in relation to transportation planning, if that's something that you wanted to either, seek new ideas or offer people to make input on ideas you already have or anything like that. Our comprehensive plan, the current one, was adopted in 2020. 12. And you may hear some people say that we are out of compliance, but we are not out of compliance. The rule is simply that plan has to be reviewed at least every 5 years. And the Planning Commission did review that plan in 2017, 2018. So we are in compliance on that plan. However, for some of the reasons that we already talked about, I think it might make sense in the next year or so to look at, revisiting that and refreshing it. Let's see.
In the past, we've tried to stay on the 10-year cycle.
Yes.
Consensus.
Yes.
And this
Yes.
they got those out of whack.
Yes. Yes. Let's see. I would prefer that Mr. Durbin speak to you about the legal status of the comp plan, because to me, the Code of Virginia gives conflicting sentences on that. In one place, it'll say it's a general plan about physical development, but in another place, it'll give the impression that for public investments, that is, local or state investments or utilities or infrastructure like roads, that before something can be done, it has to be found to be consonant, that it jives okay with the comp plan. And I would encourage you to ask Mr. Durbin what his opinion is on all of that. But in either case, there can be value in a comprehensive plan. Just in the process and the gathering of the information, it'll be for the first 5 years after at least after a comp plan is adopted. There's not a week that goes by that I don't open it because of the data resources and all the work that I do with data. But it also, if you move forward with, a capital improvement plan, or if you all decide to do your own kind of level of a strategic plan, it can help inform what those priorities are, from what you've heard from citizens and things that you've seen in the data. So,
Mr. Lamberry had the best phrase, and it is gray is good.
Yes.
He, Jim let us get a little more point specific, but Mr. Lamberry, he was look, let's word this a little differently, so you got some wiggle room.
Sure.
So that if this comes up, it fits in, that you can fit it in it.
Right.
And, I admit it's been a while since I looked at it, but last time I looked at it, it got a little point specific. What?
Yeah. And you may,
it may just simply be in wording. You can list something that you're wanting to do, but in the wording of it,
softer words,
and something like, this is a priority unless something else.
Yeah.
You know how lawyers write it up. But
And I think that flexibility is really important, because you can have something that's your top priority right now, but it may be that there are no resources out there to help you with it. Whereas you may have a second priority item that suddenly a door opens up. And so I think that flexibility is really
have something
important.
happen that has to go to the
top that you didn't see. Yeah. And that's why kind of setting general goals, to your point, is good. And I'm always thankful for those general goals, that general language there, even if you get more specific with project ideas, because those general goals are what I can refer back to in grant applications that say this fits in here.
It's a plan.
Yeah, it's a plan. So.
Well, that's it. It doesn't carry the weight of zoning ordinance.
Right.
And, now, I do know that there have been court cases where judges have ruled against counties or governments, but what they were trying to do was so blatantly outside of the realm, the judge really had no choice.
Yes. Okay.
And that's why you stay away from that pinpointed strict language.
Sure.
And,
All right. Well, any questions for me on anything?
Has the bids on the road project gone out?
We're still waiting for authorization from Federal Highways and VDOT. Both have to give us authorization to bid, and I checked with them just, I can't remember if that was Monday or Friday last week, and they now tell me it's probably going to be the end of November before we have that. So I was already assuming that it's going to be spring before construction could possibly start. So now, unfortunately, it looks like I still hope for spring construction, but it may be January before the project. It wouldn't make any sense to put it out to bid, right before Christmas.
If it goes much past November,
Mm-hmm.
then I would recommend contacting our federal representatives.
Yeah, yeah.
All three of them.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Say, hey.
We need this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I wanted to, and I appreciate you all mentioning the Commerce Center Road at the top, early in the road list conversation. I wanted to let you know that the Economic Development Access Program that they may have mentioned this morning, I talked to them very early on when we were designing that road and working on it, and they deemed it ineligible for their economic development access because, surprise, surprise, because there's a road into the park already. And I kept saying, but there are parts of the park that don't have access to it. So anyway, it's and as I know, one of you remembers, those industrial access, economic development access, they call it now, if you get those and then you don't have a certain amount of investment, private sector investment within a certain number of years, you have to pay that economic development access money back. But anyway, I appreciate you listing it, and I'm certainly glad to talk to them again about it, but that's what they told me last time.
At the Dex building, which arguably it's either way.
Right.
But more importantly, you had the timber frame.
Yes.
Timber
Yes.
frame's what sealed it for.
Yes. 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 So, all right. Anything else? Well, thank you all very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
So we'll get all that stuff on those spreadsheets and circulate them around back for y'all. And you probably will want to add some others, take some things off, but at least that'll get us started. So thank you.
You have all kinds of reasons too. Real reasons.
That's right. That's right. Well, other than my report, the other things we had last were related to recreation. And so that's why Jacob just scooted in here in case you all had questions about that, Mr. Chairman.
I think Jerry's got about 400.
He printed it.
I made a few notes.
We're gonna have a good time.
Of course we are.
These are not made for tall folks.
What are you saying?
It is.
I was about to say, I don't want to break our equipment here.
You just have to undo the.
It'll be good. Whatever. I'm a simple dude. I'm gonna leave that alone. All right.
Project.
Okay. Is that better? How about that? Okay. All right.
Go page by page, or how you want to do it?
Is there that many questions?
Your suggestions.
Okay.
All right. Oh, do we get to sing the Sound of Music?
No.
I guess you just,
Supper.
Benji, you won't be asking the questions. Just go ahead and do it the way you want to.
Well, I'll just state this. I have no problem changing the name from Floyd County Recreation Department to Floyd County Parks and Recreation. And my biggest reason, there's a lot of stigma that came along when we took this over that goes with that particular. So I think I wish we had changed it day one.
I think it's zipped to the name myself.
Yeah.
So.
I like
it was more official, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So from that point, I don't have a problem with that.
From that point, it's downhill.
That's right.
My first one's on your mission and administration, chapter 1.
Okay.
And it's great.
Which page?
It's the mission and
mission.
It's not, page 4. Now
Thank
there
you.
it is. I'm sorry. There's a lot of talk about customer service and that's great. quality and everything else. The only thing I see missing in this section is what started this whole process in 1984 and what led us to take it over. There's nothing about providing fun, safe activities for our children specifically. We talk about customer service, but that's what initiated the start of the Recreation Authority. And that was to provide a fun activity for the children of this community.
But what about the mission statement?
Do what now?
It's in the mission statement.
Yeah.
It's on the mission statement.
Section 1.
Yeah,
Section one.
I was not going to be the one that said that, but
For youth.
Well, safe and inclusive programs for our youth, yes. But it can we add some kind of wording in there that, you know, you can have safe and inclusive, but we need something in there pressing that we want these children to have fun. A fun experience. That was the main
How
part.
about the enrichment and fun?
Okay.
Well, it already says something.
It does say fun.
Where did I miss that?
Enrichment
Plus small word.
Opportunities for growth. Oh, I apologize. I did miss it. I apologize. Maybe we'll capitalize that and underline that.
May I, okay, so before you
go
turn the
ahead.
page, on the bottom of page 4, under policies and administration, policies and procedures, it says Director of the Recreation Department. Are we just calling this the Recreation Department, or is it Parks and Rec?
yeah, I probably need to do a find and switch on that
Okay,
if we're changing the name. Yep.
all right. Just don't want to have inconsistencies in it is all.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, your turn.
On page 6,
So nothing on page 5. Oh, maybe not. Okay.
no, I'm fine unless somebody else has got something.
Nope,
I've got,
on page 5.
well, I can't remember what page it is. Go ahead and do yours.
All right.
Thanks.
Section 3 there. Asked to leave the facility and removal. We used to, as part of the penalty for either one of those, was automatic 2-game suspension.
Mm-hmm. You talking about for alcohol or tobacco?
No, I'm talking about the language part.
Oh, language. Okay.
Alcohol and tobacco was longer term.
Okay. So just put something in there that states the penalty.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think so.
Instead of S and them to leave,
Okay.
and just tell me a ban for
Yeah.
2 games.
Right.
And if
Okay.
it's the last game of this season, then it carries over
Carries
to
over.
the first game of the next season.
Okay.
Then, if it happens again, then they're banned from property and participation, if it's a
Mhm.
coach or a player or whatever.
Yes, sir. Correct. Thank you.
So I'm wondering about the word unsporting.
Mm-hmm.
It's very subjective.
Is that really, I mean, unsportsmanlike language, or, I mean, it does seem very ambiguous.
It's intended to be. Unsporting is maybe it's more of a Parks and Rec word, but it's meant to encompass everything that involves being a good teammate, being good to your kids, using the appropriate language, basically being a good participant. So there's several ways that I guess we could describe unsporting behavior, but it was intended that way.
I'm not gonna tell you how to know this, but you could have 2 offensive linemen lined up across from each other and doing some very trash talk that doesn't involve any bad language at all.
it's just
And that's-
sucking each other up.
Well, yeah, or psyching each other out. And that, so I understand why you left that.
Okay.
I'd like to go up to safety.
Good.
I'd like to clarify that safety number in Part A.
Okay.
Before Parks and Rec staff, if 911 is needed, that should be priority, not looking for one of y'all.
What was that?
Yeah, it says,
Yeah,
and we need to change should to shall.
yeah.
Anywhere there's a should, we need to put shall.
Yeah.
Sorry,
So-
I didn't mean to interrupt.
So I'm trying to describe for Jacob here, and I'm writing it in red in the document here.
Right.
So if I might, Ms. Bechtold, so on safety, you're wanting to say, call 911.
Please, yeah, please, yes. They need to seek immediate, appropriate medical attention before they look out the Parks and Rec
You
staff.
got it there.
It's different.
Okay,
I think in best practice, because you don't want to imply that, in my opinion, best practice, you don't want to imply, I get hurt, I call 911,
right.
which there's an interpretation in that.
Right.
But a definite.
'Cause I would
disclaimer
hate-
That, of
Right.
course, the discretion of 911 is necessary. There
Right.
needs to be an immediate response.
I would not like for somebody to say, oh, well, I need to find somebody before I call 911, and that could be a potential.
So just
Yeah.
make a disclaimer, obviously at the discretion of the adult or something to that nature.
Right.
Okay.
So,
Yeah,
so
we can do that.
When appropriate or,
yeah,
somehow,
I'm trying to
somehow
actually
wordsmith
wordsmith while
it.
we're here.
And when it comes around, they shall contact the member of the Recreation Authority. And in C, it says under infectious disease, adults should contact, no, they shall contact.
And that's, yeah, similar with all the trash references. It says trash should not, it shall not. You're making it from a request to a requirement with those two words, so.
And to be honest with you, shall contact probably ought to be capped as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
That whole grouping
Right.
with infectious diseases.
Okay.
And these are not reflections on you.
Oh, I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
On page 7, these go back to certain promises that were
Right.
made to the public of things that was happening in recreation that the authority that the county would not, so don't, under solicitation, written consent of strikeout director, the county administrator. And I'm not, like I said, this is nothing against you. Each of those in that section that needs to be county administrator approval.
Okay.
Just from problems in the past. Now,
Especially with-
that's not saying that a year from now, we might come to this and put that back in.
Mhm.
It's just initially, we're still in the baby steps of this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Same thing on signage and flyers. Nonprofit people and all that. There's nothing saying you can't make a recommendation, but the final approval needs to be with the administrator.
Okay.
Advertising signs. And I know you're talking about the outfield fence, but we had problems with signage. You've run into it. For now, let's keep that with the administrator prior to being displayed. I would add in there to see some kind of drawing to see what kind it is before they invest the money to have it, made. That would be my suggestion.
Yeah. that's
Yeah.
fine
That
with
would save them some money if something's not.
Yeah. And we generally use Andy. I asked that and he does a good job with this. He sends us proofs for everything that he does. So we probably should put something in there, but.
Right. Well, if this happened to be a person that made their own, I could go ahead and make it up and turn it in, and then, it's saying, well, we don't allow that, then I've invested that time and money, so, and I might not be willing to do that and make a donation later, so.
Can I jump in?
Sure.
Before you go to violators? On vandalism, can we change, would it be prudent to change doing donuts in the parking lot to breaking of all vehicle code? Or do you want to keep it specific?
Yeah, I included donuts, and it's not been a problem here of the last 6 or 8 months, but especially when I first got here, that was like a religious issue every week. Somebody went after nights and went out and did donuts.
Okay.
So I'd be happy to change whatever you'd like, but that was.
I don't know if we need to, no, okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
Reckless behavior.
Right.
Yeah. Under violators, down there where it says repeat violators or those who refuse to abide by department rules will be reported to the sheriff's office or will be banned from department events. You need to insert all in between from and the Floyd County Rec Department. Because usually if you're banned during one, you're banned from all.
Good point.
And I could read that and say, well, I got banned in football, but I can go back to basketball.
Right.
You know.
Yeah.
Under page 8C, I think you just simply left something out there, but it says checks should be made out to either the county of Floyd, and it's period. I think either needs to be taken out of that, and the checks would be made to the county of Floyd.
Yeah. I think it missed the
Something,
page 8.
yeah, on page 8.
Yep.
C or C1, it's got either in there, but it doesn't give you any other options. So we either need to add the option or do away with the either. All right, on page 9, and there's a couple of these here that's going to be touchy, but on F, facilities cannot be reserved for rallies, musters, or other non-county public gatherings. And this is not because the pastor was here this morning, but it's the first thing that hit me years ago. We had church groups that would come up and reserve a ball field and a picnic shelter, but it was for their members. So technically that would fall under a non-public event.
Yeah.
So is there some way we can reword that there? I understand what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
But we still need it available whether it's churches, the Ruitons Club, whoever, if they want to rent it for their organization, because it may not be something that's automatically open to all public. It may just be their members.
What if you say county citizens? Is that what you were going for?
The intent with this was to not be surprised or to not just have what we would consider unauthorized folks to just show up and say, this is public property, we want to be here.
But if they're reserving it.
Well, this is this is with the reservations.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Yes. I'm sure you all remember the muster issue we had a year or two now ago. Right. So that was the intent of this, whether they reserve it or not. The intent was to keep, protect ourselves from people who come out of nowhere.
Is that by having this sentence in there, facilities cannot be reserved for rallies, musters, or other non-county public gatherings, how can that not be construed as discrimination against certain groups?
That was not the intent.
Right, but that's what.
I see your point.
That's what the sentence is.
Yeah. I think we could definitely reword that and keep the original intent without appearing to be discriminatory. So I'll look at that. And we can change the wording around. I'll run that through Linda as well.
The final document needs to be run through Steve.
Right.
I think and so I will take that on as need to change that, but I think we also might want to talk to our insurance carrier about that, because some of those things in particular have an impact with them.
Right, because one of the later on rules is no open carry, which would affect the muster because it was open carry. So that's.
When we get to that one.
But I just would like to make sure that you aren't getting into a bind with potentially discriminating, because our church group youth rallies would potentially have been banned from this because it says for rallies.
And,
So,
and on age, I'm either way open there. There may be some things that you need to let the county administrator approve or disapprove.
Yeah.
So, if you won't leave the order there, I'm fine, but there's some things you don't want to take on.
Yes, you are correct.
Yeah. Under the food and drink, you got a statement that says, or wildlife attractants can't be left on picnic tables.
Mhm.
We need to put something in there instead of that there's no feeding of wildlife, period.
Okay.
I mean, the bear can always go down to the dumpster, it's there.
Yeah.
That's your main eating place, but I don't know that we want people putting food out in the park.
Yeah. You are
That's
absolutely correct.
Going to be attractive, much less on picnic tables, but on
Yes.
the park at all.
Right.
Yep.
Or that's just my opinion.
Oh, I agree. Yeah.
on the alcohol statement, alcohol is not to be consumed. Is it possession is allowed on the property though?
Oh, it shouldn't, yeah, that's a good point. It should say should not have possession of it.
Right.
Possession or
Consumption.
I'd say
Mhm.
both, yeah.
of alcohol is prohibited on Floyd County Park and Recreation property. Meaning you don't go buy a six pack and drive up and watch a kid play and then we hop over to the car and
Correct. We do not want that.
there we go.
Under page 10, and number 2, that's great, but we also don't want to price ourselves out of. I think there's a certain amount of loss in the children's program
Mhm.
that is acceptable if we can get them covered by the adult programs.
Mhm.
I just want to point that out.
Yeah, generally, and I don't know if you'd want me to put any of this information in there. The national average is that most parks and recs recoup about 22 to 25% of their costs for youth programs. I aim to stay in that area. I don't know if that's something you want explicitly written or if that matters here in this context.
Okay.
Okay.
Is there, now you're saying there's no charge, not a non-resident fee.
Mm-hmm.
Is that pretty standard throughout the
It's hit and miss wherever you go. Most larger areas like Christiansburg, Blacksburg, Roanoke, they will always charge a non-resident fee because they're trying to protect their in-county, in-city folks. They do have, I know Christiansburg specifically has all kinds of Giles and Blacksburg and Radford folks try to come over because of their facilities. I think putting a non-resident fee, it doesn't serve the purpose that it would elsewhere. And it would, not that it helps our numbers, but it, if we have to turn kids away because of an extra $10, I feel like that's kind of goes against our purpose.
Well, I understand.
Yeah.
I just wanted some clarification.
Yeah. Mhm. I don't think we have a need to protect our folks from outsiders coming in and taking their kid's spot right now. So,
Down at the bottom, 5A, and B, that kind of goes against what we set in place to begin with.
okay.
And that was all children will be allowed to participate. And then at the time we discussed it, Lauren and Justin and us, and, if you've got 25 children on the football team and we have to buy extra equipment, we know that's an additional cost. Setting something where, you've got, once you reach a certain number, you can split off and have 2 teams.
Mm-hmm.
But with enough reserve players to cover.
Mm-hmm.
Did we, and from that standpoint, did we go from the 11 to the 9 players, or did we still sticking with the 11?
For football?
Football.
Yeah, we're still 11, man.
We're still 11. So that's another option to look at too.
Yeah.
If the numbers are so close that you can't do the 11, then we could do the 9 if we need to. I don't know how that works out with the rest of the New River Valley, but.
It would have to be a group decision.
But once we get to a certain point, I hope we're doing, I want to see numbers up in all divisions to where we're in-house playing again, but that's another.
Yeah.
But,
and Gary, too, I just wanted to let you know here. So I guess the reason I worded it this way, and you tell me what you think of this. There's certain sports, like we offered cheerleading for the first time this year. Cheerleading is kind of a unique situation where if let's say we had 30 girls sign up for one age, and this is from Angel, she's my cheerleading expert. She said there's no way that their coaches can safely supervise 30 little girls trying to do stunts during practice and during games. Especially with our low team numbers right now, cheerleading is not able to be split. So that one group is your one group. The intent here also is for when we start running classes, a program is a pretty broad term, and I intended it to be that way, so that when we start running our MMA classes or, whatever we may do in the new building, it's so that we can cap it, I guess, at the program administrator's discretion.
The actual sport activities, and maybe there's some way to put that in there where.
Yeah, maybe specify.
That sport activities, this doesn't apply.
Okay.
And I'm not saying cheerleading's not sport. Don't.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, please. Let's not have that discussion. But we basically said, and if I say something wrong, y'all jump in and tell me. But the idea is, if the crowd comes out, they get to participate. And that's why in the actual rules, we actually had time at one point in time. I don't know if that transferred or that's what got lost. But like in football, child played so many minutes.
Yeah, we have an NRV league requirement for that.
Okay, good.
But you have to get on the team in order to play.
Yeah, you got to be on the team in order to play.
Can I go back to page 10?
Yes.
Sorry.
And we
If I might, on that item, might I suggest maybe something in between, some language that says that along the lines that it is the goal or the intent of the board that all children be able to participate. And I'm just thinking about not only the cheerleading as an example, but even say football. If for some reason we ended up with, I don't know, a ton more kids sign up for football at the last minute, with the supply chain issues that we've been having, we may not be able to get everyone equipment. So but if we laid out that's really what you want us to do, but give us a little leeway in case something doesn't work.
So we aren't changing jerseys on the sidelines. Right.
Well,
but I see what you're saying about that is clearly what you want to do.
You emphasize everything in your power to get them to play. You won't hear anything out of me.
Well, yeah, like I said, I just worry about those kind of.
But you understand where I'm coming from.
I do. Thank you.
On page 10, program registration, it's number 5. All registrations will be completed through online software. Is there any accommodation for people not to do online registration to come in?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't say that.
We're trying to push folks to a completely online system, but there are folks that I still know of that prefer paper.
Right.
I do provide it, but
if you're accommodating paper, then I believe that sentence needs to be adjusted.
Okay, maybe registrations need to be completed through our online software.
I think it says should be contact office for other needs.
There you go.
You need to have it out there that there is an option, not online.
Okay,
Please.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was going to be just one of my suggestions, was if it can be on there. I'm still a fan. I know we're trying to gear everybody towards the online, and I get that. That's where we're headed with technology. But if we can still, I think it's a small percentage, but I think that percentage is still out there, of having that paper, at least something at that open house school night, to let these new parents know with these kids who may not have older kids in the programs.
Yeah.
That they need to be paying attention, even if you need to be paying attention to the online sites. But here's how the rec authority or Parks and Rec is going to manage this, But I would like to see something like just to make sure, because I had several complaints come into me this summer, I guess, for football season, that a parent was like, I don't pay attention to Facebook or the county websites. So the one place that I know everybody has to go to is that open house for the
That's a good idea.
kids.
And it's not a registration, it's like a Floyd County Parks and Recreation Department welcomes you.
Here's our
program.
policy.
Yeah, here's,
Program.
football, basketball, cheerleading, just kind of like a nice flyer.
Yeah, a platter of what we offer.
And registration
online
papers
or call.
can be available upon request or something.
Okay.
But I think that's the best word to get it out to the
And sometimes,
the newer folks.
sometimes we also used to provide registration papers to the school.
Yes.
Like at the counselors or the office. The one time we provided them to the each teacher in each room, but that got expensive.
Yeah.
But maybe provide it to that and then ask them if they, one of their announcements, we now have the registration forms. If you need one, you can pick one up at the office.
Yeah. We used to do that. Actually, up until this year, I sent however many thousands of flyers home every fall, winter, and spring season. And the issues that we found that we had were that it's not that the school wasn't giving the kids the papers. It's just that a lot of times you give a form to a kid who's in second grade and it gets lost in a book bag and parents never see it.
Right.
So what I've been trying to do is find ways that I know for sure that we're reaching the folks. So that's why I've tried to get away more and more from paper, but I also realize there's a need, as you all said, so that's a good point as well.
Just that welcome.
I think it's a
just let them know.
percentage, but I think it's there.
Oh, no, there definitely
I
is.
still think about the grandmother who's 75 raising her grandkids
Yeah.
and don't.
Or
He
don't
hasn't had to
keep,
deal with recreation department in many years.
It's a small percentage, but it could be a percentage that makes or breaks whether you have that program that year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or, and it's that kid that really needs it.
or the people that don't do online banking
Anything.
stuff. Yeah.
So I have something on page 11 since we're right at the middle between 10 and 11. So, patrons or participants who do not return all football equipment issued by FCPRD will be billed for the full replacement cost of that equipment and will be blocked from registering for further FCPRD programs. There are so many different mitigating circumstances sometimes in people's lives. I know that football equipment is expensive, but if it's because they were at the mother's house and then the father has to get it, but the mother won't let, I don't know that locked is such a forceful word.
Would you want me to change? I want to make sure I'm understanding. Do you want me to change the wording or change the sentence completely?
I just think that from no fault of a parent's own, possibly,
Or the child.
or the child's, I just don't know. That just seems so. I mean, I understand it's a problem. Believe me, I know it's a problem. I dealt with it over there too. I get it. But, I mean, perhaps they can't register. It's like they can't register for any other programs, is what you're saying there.
Yeah, that's a standard practice around recreation at this time, for football specific anyway.
If I might on this. So perhaps we can add some language at the end of that says special exceptions can be granted by the county administrator. And so in those cases, if someone would actually reach out to me, respond to any of the communication,
Right.
and explain that. But what we ended up with this last year is we ended up with 10 or 12, I think.
Right.
That they got several lovers, many phone calls. I called multiple times. I mean, they were probably at least 6, 7 times reached out to them.
We lost about probably $6,000 or $7,000 worth of
Right.
equipment last year that we had to reorder. So that's the intent.
Yeah, I get it. I get
Yeah.
it. But like I said, it just, sometimes it could be something very unfortunate that the child has no control over. That the equipment is being held hostage. I'm serious. I know this sounds strange, and it may not be any of those cases, but if there's just one, I would hate for that child to have to not play.
Okay.
I also
Yeah.
don't like that $6,000 or $7,000 worth of equipment is gone.
Yeah, that's where I
Me neither.
go, but come back the next year, if they'll say they're a 5th grader playing football.
Yeah.
And they come back next year, 6th grade, you reuse them the equipment, it happens again, and then 7th
Yeah.
grade again. And that one, you could be out 3 uniforms for that one child.
I have no clue. It's like they disappear. Yeah.
But it almost comes weird, almost, and here comes larceny.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, I mean, it's over $500 a set right now.
I do like
A
the,
few years ago,
having
they'd
you
take a warrant
do
for you
that.
for not returning the
because
library
maybe
books.
social
Yeah.
services
Yeah.
needs to get
Yeah.
involved.
So,
Yeah, there was a lot of measures between, at this table, attempt.
Right.
By knowing or.
Sure,
reaching
got it.
out to
Right.
people, do you know, was, it's a lot of money, but.
Yeah, but having that administrator be able to grant an exception,
Yeah.
because this, I'm thinking the other direction too. This child whose football equipment went missing, that might be the only clue that they have that there's a drug and alcohol problem in that house
Yeah.
that the parent is hawking
Yep.
hawking this stuff. That might be the only
Yep.
step of an intervention.
Yeah.
you could send them a registered letter, giving them so many days to return them, or face,
Yeah.
or just say further actions will be taken.
Yeah. And that leaves your options open as to
Yeah.
what those actions are.
Yeah.
Did you send him
12 months in
registered?
jail or $2,500 fine.
Send registered letters?
Yes. Or are you talking about certified mail?
Yeah, certified.
Yes. Yeah, I sent certified mail last year. Yep.
I worry about that child who it might.
Yes.
So, good and bad.
Yep.
And I understand the wording under the cancellation policy
Yeah.
A on 11, but keep in mind our intent is if we have to modify a season or modify the numbers, we still want children to participate if we can.
Okay. Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Top of page 12, C. Says if lightning is detected or seen, play should cease.
Yeah.
That needs to be shall cease, and we need to specifically put that to outdoor play. Put outdoor between seen and play, and change should to shall. And then you go on down, it says youth sports games should wait maximum 45 minutes. I think that should be shall. And then after 45 minutes, if things are still going on, it's still at your discretion, but I think instead it should be discontinued due to, it should be discontinued due to weather. I think it shall be discontinued due to weather. Yeah,
Also, lightning doesn't have that E in it.
well, you can have a storm a mile away and you have lightning hit right here.
Yeah, I'm just saying, it doesn't have an E in it.
I wasn't doing spelling, I was doing, sorry.
Eagle eye.
Well, they say
I
right
wasn't, I
now,
wasn't getting that bad on it.
But no, I read over this thing about 5 times and spell checked it and grammarlied it and it got
they
through.
say lightning can hit 10 miles from the storm.
Mhm.
Sure
Yep.
can.
Said you'll make the call by 3 p.m. During weeknights.
Mhm.
If there's any way possible to make it before school is out
Yeah, so they could make
and
it.
contact the schools
Mhm.
and let them announce over the intercom, you can still do the other contact.
Yeah.
But, you know, if you could change that time to something earlier, if you feel comfortable, and use that school system if they will cooperate, and just ask them to put that on there, or ask them to make the announcements over the intercom that it's before they start letting kids out.
Mhm.
Because, you know, if you've got I know some instances used to, you had children that stayed after school because they didn't have any other way to get there.
Mhm.
And granted, they were unsupervised, but, and they're not supposed to be, but they were. But at least this way, that gives the word to the child, they can go ahead and get on the bus and go home.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
you remember times when we used to do that when you were in
Mhm.
school, so yeah. I
The
think
good old
that's
days.
important.
And I understand under,
That was Mark. He left again. He's like, oh no.
under F, I understand, you know, basically you're telling you have games on Saturday, making the call by 7 o'clock on Friday night. If there's any way you can make that a little earlier,
Okay.
I just think it's starting to get, you know, parents, a lot of parents get in between 5 and 6, and if they get off going somewhere, they're not gonna pay attention to any of that stuff.
Yeah. So do just something we may need to add in here as well. Be aware that when we host travel organizations for travel ball tournaments in the summer, most of the time we don't have the authority to tell the directors when and when not to cancel. So this part would not apply to them, but we can certainly.
But I'm talking about ours.
Mhm. Okay, I got
On our
you.
end.
Just make it specific to us.
We can't control, like, if you know at 2 o'clock that team's canceled for the day before, or there's some kind of problem, then
Yeah.
you can go ahead and send it out rather than wait till 7
Oh,
o'clock.
and I do. I try to
I'm sure you
cancel
do.
as early as I can, but I definitely see what you're saying.
And, this X roster formation was a biggie in what we did. I understand, and I don't have a problem with placement practices for all-star teams or that kind of stuff. But our standard, and we promised a lot of parents that their child played with this group of kids as they moved up, they stayed together.
Okay.
If at all possible. And, now there's some exceptions. You got neighbor children that need to be on the same team. You're right. It's that, you know, a lot of that's at your discretion, that kind of stuff. And that's where it should be. They make their request to you. But as far as setting a roster, having placement practices, it's gonna open a whole big can of worms. Because you're gonna have potential coaches there at those practices. And no matter how you set it, it's gonna look like you let the coaches pick their team, even if they didn't say.
That's the intent. This placement method has actually become the standard. Every single one of our peers in the NRV League does it. And we've actually found that by doing this, it eliminates a lot of the coaches being picky and folks because it goes through a draft format. There's no way that you can load up on talent. What was that? Sorry.
We never let the coaches pick, period, for regular season play. The only time a coach got to pick, now, if a coach's son is moving up, then they had the option, they could stay with their group they were, or they could move to the team the coach was coach. You know, that's just common sense.
Okay.
And again, like you have brother and sisters that have to ride together, you know, that kind of stuff. But as far as taking and basically having tryouts It's gonna be hard to get that. And you know, Floyd County is different than a lot of other counties. And there's been a lot of stuff, trouble in years past in this area.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's better to put the kids together where you can. And in new kids, I remember they used to put the papers on the desk swirling around. This one went here, this one went there without even looking at the name. And I know I've heard that, you know, as far as the coach picking one, I understand where that's coming from. But if I'm coaching in Indian Valley and you're coaching the Czech and I know you got a hot pitcher, would that be allowed under the?
No, the way I structure it with my coaches, I try to make it a perk for them, and I strongly encourage them to pick their son or daughter's best friend. The intent is to give them just a little reward because we don't pay them and they put a lot of time into it. So that's the intent there. But I also do have a really good group of coaches, and I make it clear to them up front, we're not fighting over kids. You're going to get the kids that you get. And so I have not had coaches try to fight over kids yet. And if they try to, I promise you I'm not going to let them. It will never get that far.
That's a problem in the past.
Mm-hmm.
The county took it over. Certain buddies of certain people got to pick their team.
I think,
and the citizens, I mean, they went nuts over it. But
I think it's changed just since I stopped coaching a couple of years ago. When I was still coaching, we act like football, for example. We still had maybe 2 teams at check. Floyd still had 2 or 3. Now you tell me if I'm wrong, but I could see where that stuff was going on quite a bit, Mr. Booth. But now, I mean, we're doing good to get 1 team for the county, right?
Correct. Yeah,
and they're going to Narrows and.
Yep, because everybody else has the same issues we do. Yeah, I mean,
I don't know what it's like in other sports, but at least on football, you ain't much picking going on.
Yeah, there's really not. And
right.
Yeah, and that's the intent behind that as well. I know that we're generally not going to have a pool of kids large enough for that to even occur. Yeah. The coaches know each other, so.
But if I'm reading this regulation, it's not necessarily limited to football.
Right. I don't know what the other sports are like right now, but
you know.
But I know it's changed some.
5 years from now, this language is still here. None of us are where I hope you are, but none of us are you. But none of us are still here, that it still covers what it needs to cover.
Speak for yourself.
But you understand where I'm coming from.
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
And we had a lot of complaints, or I did, when children from one school were moved to another school.
Mm-hmm. And that's something too, I think, to Levi's point. It's with a smaller group of kids, I told Linda this the other day, it's going to be nearly impossible moving forward unless we have drastic changes in numbers. It's going to be impossible not to blend teams, not to put Czech kids on Floyd teams, Willis, Indian Valley.
Well, if we can avoid Czech to Indian Valley or Indian Valley to Czech.
Oh, yeah, no, and they'll always, I always try to partner. It's either Czech and Floyd and Willis and Indian Valley. They're always adjoining. Yeah, and the first thing I look at is always geography. If I set rosters by myself, the only thing I look at, the first thing is where do they go to school at? Then I look at addresses, and then I make adjustments as needed based on the number of kids and areas. And something interesting too to keep in mind is that, the distribution of kids is changing so much. It used to be that, like when I grew up, Czech had as many kids as Floyd did. Now most of the kids are focused in Floyd. Like, for instance, last year we had a baseball team that had, I would probably say, 2/3 of the talent in the county on it, just because everybody on that team was grown up in a 5-mile radius of Floyd. And then you had some weaker teams in other areas of the county, but it's tough to balance a lot of that. In each sport and age division is different and different challenges. And
we still have slaughter rules to help out with that going.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So we follow, for most of our major sports, like with football, We follow NFHS rules, which is the national governing body, in addition to the NRV. Basketball is the same way in FHS. In baseball, we go with Cal Ripken, same with softball. So we have a pretty good umbrella of of rules and regulations already in place.
What we're hoping to get it back to is to where you have trouble getting enough fields to do games here in the county because of the number of teams. The last time I coached football, we had 2 at Floyd. They almost had 2 at Willis, and 1 at Check, and we actually had a team for several years at Indian Valley.
I played against an Indian Valley team. I said I remember playing against Indian Valley when I was a kid.
And then maybe we may never get back to those numbers, but just keep in mind, try and keep them where they're at. And
okay.
It would make our life easier. And you've already explained D on page 13 of the one request. And if you can hold them to a child or nephew, niece, something like that, I can live with that. And then on E, I understand why you got it written the way it is, but whatever the results for the youth, we want to be sure and be uniform.
Okay.
If you have a fight one weekend at Check and you suspend somebody for a year, then the next weekend there's one at Willis, then they need to have the same.
Shouldn't that read administrator and not administration?
Yep.
Okay.
Mr. Bailey.
Are you for hire to do the minutes?
On page 15, I'll go with my easy one first.
We all laughing.
15.
Sorry.
That's right.
Do we actually have a grill or some kind of grill yet that where families could grill?
Not anymore. The old brick one was taken down before I even got here, but the intent is when we finish the upgrades, I would like to put one back. So I tried to word it so that if we do bring it back.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'll go to the next. I'm gonna skip the hard one.
I certainly do. He's one of my coaches.
Number 3. And I don't know where this changed, but I talked to Dr. Millsaps about it, and we used to have where only service animals were allowed in the park. And now I know we've allowed some, but I really think we need to limit them to the walking trail and parking area.
Okay.
Myself.
So how would you handle, like, if we?
It's not doing totally away with it because we've allowed them to be up there, but
yeah.
On the walking trail, on a leash or some kind of halter, something.
Yeah.
So they're in control.
Yeah.
But not in the areas where you may have large crowds of people.
Yeah. Okay. We can change that.
And the service animals, of course, get to go everywhere.
Yeah.
That's state
Yeah, we don't have a choice on that one, unfortunately.
State code.
Yeah.
But we used to have a sign up there, something to that effect, and it got gone.
Yeah, it was an old authority sign.
And then when it started to allow, so I'm not trying to take it totally away from the people. But
yeah.
I think given that situation, we still have a responsibility to the masses. And all it takes is one body.
Yeah. So the Rotary Club approached me this year, and I didn't let them in, but they run a dog show every year, and they've wanted to bring it to the rec park. So would you be okay with me wording it in such a way that
specific thing like that, event, there's going to be some guidelines. If one class is showing and the others, there's going to have to be somewhere where they can't access the crowd.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff.
Yeah.
For me, I'm just speaking for me now.
No, I agree.
Yeah. Well, that was why we didn't let them in this year.
I'm okay with dog shows and that kind of stuff, as long as you got an idea where I'm coming from the liability
Yeah.
issue. Also, I would think if they're doing that, they're required to have insurance.
Correct.
Anyone that has insurance, I noticed you listed it in here, but, we need to be listed as secondary insurance.
An additional insured. Yep. Okay. I probably need to put that.
Wherever, and that's all over in here.
Yeah, say that
I
could
got
be.
rid of the two easy ones on that one.
Okay.
G.
G.
One above pets.
Okay.
Uh, hunting and discharging, I don't have a problem. But we need to get with Steve. I know there's specific things we have to do if we're gonna ban firearms from county property. But I don't recall what that is.
Yeah.
Board I was on visited that and we never took any action. We're going to have a ban here in this room. Open or concealed. So before, the hunting and discharging would be I would leave that in there. But the open carry part, I would take out for now until we get some kind of ruling from Steve, and then that'll have to come back to us. Because I think it's just something we need to get the rules in place. And that's something we can always address at another time.
Yeah. Okay.
Because I don't want to put something in here and find out we've done it and we did it wrong.
Yeah.
If that's what the board wants to do.
Okay.
And I'm kind of torn because I can see both sides of it.
Yeah.
Steve is gonna look this over, right?
Yeah, and I put a note in here, so I have the Word document open, and so I've added in here open to ask Steve what is allowed.
Right.
On page 15, under seed spitting, it shall not be spit, not
Yeah.
should.
I'm going to go do just
Yeah,
a
okay.
find and replace
Okay.
on all this.
Because some of them do need to be should, like
Yeah.
the sentence above it, should the restrooms need attention? That can stay should.
Yeah, you can't really do what you wanna do.
Right.
Oh, there's a way. There's a way. I don't have
Then
my.
you're gonna find shalls where you don't want it.
I
Have to
did-
work.
Page 16, I didn't mark, but, as far as these fees, are they adequate?
So the fees for the shelter have been the same since the days of Cheryl.
I know.
I feel like we don't have any debt related to that area. There's no need to increase our fees. I will or adjust the fees if y'all feel that's necessary, but I felt like that's plenty. As far as for the field rentals, those are actually on the low side. The intent there is to attract more organizations to come to Floyd, to obviously spend their tax dollars here. We don't make a ton of money on the front end on travel softball. Really, our money's made in the community, and that's my intent with bringing them here is to benefit our local businesses. But I do try to cover my costs of my staffing, the lining of the fields, electricity if they use it, stuff like that.
Do you think I guess I'll ask, are you satisfied with the amount for the moment?
I am, right now, yeah.
So it could be addressed later as well if something changes.
So if the Rotary Club, let's say, wants to do that dog show, they would do the special events addendum,
Correct.
okay? And if our kite flying contest were to happen, that was sponsored by someone other than the Recreation, Parks and Recreation, although I think we really should do one. If it was done by somebody else, they would also do the addendum. But yeah, kite flying is a lot of fun. We had a really good one.
About a hot air balloon.
Yeah.
Sure, bring it on.
Can you set fees for nonprofits different than you do for-profit organizations?
Yeah, we can.
That's legal.
Yeah, and I generally, I don't know if I generally do. If there's folks that are clearly doing this for the betterment of a group of kids, or it's clear that it's not just a family reunion, I do try to give them a break. I try to take into account the situation, who's doing it.
Family reunion, whatever, which that's our intent, but what I'm getting at, you probably should put an addendum in here listing you need to have a uniformity to those fees too, or categories or whatever. So whatever category they fall in, everybody in that category gets the same fee.
Okay, I got you. That's a good idea.
Just so nobody comes back and says, well, you charged them, but I did the same thing and you charged me.
Yep.
Like I said, it is probably.
Yep. And they all know.
Oh.
Everybody knows.
There's the county second insured.
Now talk.
I just have one more question. The participation fund, the ones online, they're still similar to what we've been using all along, right?
Yeah, not much has changed at all on them from the authority days at least.
Right.
Yep.
And so it's a waiver type form, without getting into details of that, but.
Yeah, we have a waiver that was approved by Steve as well.
The guardian parent or whoever's in charge of the participant has to sign it. And we have something very similar for adults as well.
Yep, they sign actually almost the exact same form. I make them do their liability release. They understand the dangers of the sport. They pay their fees. I get their demographic information, so it's very similar. Yep.
And I know that was enough, but that's all I asked.
Oh, yeah.
It's nothing that's in here, but it's just something that I thought about and would like to see if we can somehow put it in here. I recently had a suggestion about this, and I know personalities are always changing, new people's coming on board at different places, but what can we add to this for cooperation with the school system that will help, trying to help things on that. So, just sharing ball field time. And I know everybody's trying, and I had some parents call me about some stuff recently about it. I talked to Dr. Millsaps about it, and she explained some positions to me on it. But now that we're sitting here talking about this policy and procedure, I mean, even if it comes down to the school board having to sign off on it too, I mean, we're giving a good chunk of budget money every year to the schools. And I think if, at least on paper with policy and procedure, it's a good time that we can know. And I'm going back to think about when I was coaching, especially basketball.
Yep.
And you're fighting gym times. And, and I know they've got their schedules too, but just something that we can have on paper between the two directors where it's not like it's just a battle of who's right and who's wrong.
Yeah.
And I know it's a touchy thing.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it's still there, but the school policy books had school activities listed first and authority activities listed second in priorities.
Yeah, and that's still the case.
But I don't know if it's still there or not in that. That may be something to look at, but
yeah, I don't know if
I
it is
think
or
you're
not.
gonna have to have, especially with the high school facilities, I think you may need to have Dr. Wheeler, Mr. Hollingsworth, and whoever the current
Pat Tompkins.
athletic director is in the room at the same time.
And that's where I'm sort of going back to, like, a lot of times those positions are changing and personalities are different. But what's your take on it right now? I'm not coaching anymore, so I don't know what it's like.
On the situation in general, or, it's not been the easiest situation, I will tell you that much. It's very difficult.
That's what I got from the parents.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to slam the high school at all. And I understand where they're coming from, why they're putting us on certain days and why they cancel games on certain, I get that. It's very difficult for me to justify to my parents that on a Monday morning at 10 a.m. when it's sunny outside, I have to cancel a football game. That happened several times. Like, this year we had the opportunity to host some matchup or playoff football games. Most of my teams did not receive their full 4 home games. 2 teams only got 2, the other 2 got 3. Everybody else in the league got 4 home games but us. I feel like it puts us in a predicament that there's really no winning. I feel like
And that's why I sort of wanted to use this opportunity with this policy and procedure to see if we can't work something like that out. And I don't know if the reason you're canceling a game at 10 o'clock on a sunny day was a justified reason or not on their behalf, but I can understand on the parents' side of things.
Yeah.
Because when I was growing up, we'd run out to Indian Valley School, play basketball, do whatever. In our minds, that was just a function of the rec authority.
Yep.
I know it's school property, but it was just like,
that's how I thought.
That's like a rec field.
Yeah.
That's exactly how it was for.
But I just think, and as you can tell, I feel pretty passionate about this, but the budget we give to the school, we should get some help on trying to at least have justification of why we cancel a game at 10 o'clock on a sunny day or something. But
And most of the time, I will give the high school some credit here. Most of the time, they do tell me why. Whether I agree with it or not is a different story, but they do give justification. And I will say this, they're good about communicating. Whether we like their decisions or not, usually they're very good about giving us heads up at the appropriate time. So, at least there's that. But yeah, it's very difficult to face your parents with what seems like no good answer to them.
So you feel like somehow a policy can be implemented in that could be,
I think
just some direction.
Maybe
wording.
a cross between maybe a policy and maybe an agreement. I'm not even saying a contract, but just saying, hey, these are the policies we agree on. This is what we have sat down and talked about. This is what we both agree to do. I think
Comes
that
an addendum.
I think that gives
It's
us
a lot better than
leeway.
he said, she said.
Correct.
And if a Friday night football game is canceled due to weather and they reschedule it for Monday night, you understand. That I call that a legitimate reason.
And I would agree.
Because their functions have to come first.
Agreed.
Now, we used to, under those agreements, sometimes we would have baseball and softball teams, and not sure about the football, but sometimes due to practice schedules and stuff, sometimes they would use our park. Do they still do that?
They do.
Middle school does.
Yes, that's part of what's difficult about it.
Well, so we're all in this together. We're trying to share our facilities and work with them, so we just need to make sure they're doing the same thing.
As they are all county kids, right?
Correct.
School and the rec. So it's,
Yeah, I mean, they're the future players that are going to be in high school.
Right. So why is there this chasm?
Yeah, I think his intent, and again, I don't want to, this is not me trying to talk ill of anybody. I think their intent is, growing up, and I even remember when I played the football field, it's needed work for 15 years now. When rain comes, it gets tore up easily. And I think what they're trying to do is prevent, the kids from playing on a mud field. To a certain degree, I agree with them, but I've lived here my whole life. That field's going to get muddy one way or another, no matter what we do to it. So,
Well, that was a big deal being a third grader and going up to play.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that was the coolest thing in the world, I thought. And it's the only place we have in the county to play tackle football. We can't do it at the rec park. So,
Well, I think this is just the one opportunity, the best opportunity to have something structured out.
I'd be all for that. That would certainly help me. So,
there you go.
Yep.
Got my orders.
All right.
Okay.
Set it.
Is that all?
Let's see. Oh, one other thing I wanted to
Yes, sir.
When schools counsel, normally in the past, we have always counseled.
It's in there.
Yeah, but we talked about discretion. And I understand that, but if schools counsel, we've always went along with the line that our activities were counseled, at least at the school.
Yeah.
Now, if it's at our park, then that's fully, is that still pretty much how you handle it?
Yeah, 99.5% of the time, if school cancels, we cancel. It's not even a question. I don't check why. There have been some instances so far, I think a couple years ago, where we had like pipe bust. I remember specifically I had checked, there was a pipe burst. It wasn't a cold day, no travel issues, there was no safety issues. It was just they couldn't have kids in the school with water on the floor. So we played basketball that night. If there's an exception to that rule, it's got to be something like that. If it's anything at all, weather related, safety related, it's we cancel,
Or if
period.
it's something outside like that, and you got a football game scheduled or a baseball game scheduled.
Yeah.
You go on with the outdoor activity.
Yeah, yeah. If it makes sense and it is safe to do so in certain situations, and I send a specific email, voicemail, whatever to everybody that says, hey, I know our policy says this, but these are the reasons why. We're still going to play tonight. But I also, at the beginning of every season, I send a snippet of our policies, and this is one of them that I do send to all our parents. I do include or say, our policy is to cancel when schools cancel unless extenuating circumstances arise, like a water pipe bust or something like that. So my parents, I think, on the front end are informed of that. Mm-hmm.
Page 17 and 18, above the signature lines, you'll correct that name from rec department, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That you can do the search and replace.
Okay. Okay. All right.
You got anything on page 19?
No, I didn't have anything on 19. Or 20. They both look good. And please, not picking this, because the history, the majority of this is the history of what happened under the authority. And we agreed we were gonna try and knock that out.
Mm-hmm. I'm thankful.
Well, you remember what some of it was.
Yeah, I was you may remember this. I was the interim director when Andy left for about 8 months.
Uh-huh.
Got a crash course very quickly
Yeah.
on how that worked. It was not fun.
No.
So.
And that's when you had copies of all the rules and regulations, where recently you just had to kind of go the best you can. And
Mm-hmm. Well, since COVID, I mean, it's like everything evolves so quickly. I mean, like, especially with jerseys. I mean, jerseys are ridiculous now. Like, I mean, there's a 6 or 8 month, or not month, week lead time. I mean, prices have went through the roof. Same with equipment. Like, I have to order football equipment for next year, probably the next month. They're backed up that far. Everything has changed and flipped upside down, and it's not the rec department I played in.
I don't know if they still do it, but some of the more developed players,
Mm-hmm.
we used to, now this is when Stan Hawkins was in charge of it. Lots of times we would outfit them from their equipment at the high school.
Mm-hmm. We still do.
Still do that.
Yeah, it's on the way I've structured the equipment, and I hope to address this for next year. We have every youth size and adult smalls. I plan to get a couple adult mediums, adult larges, so we don't have to put that burden on the high school. They're also struggling with getting equipment. But yes, they do. Coach Bill is awesome, and Winky too. If we need something, they will find it, and they've been really good about helping us. So.
Anybody done?
Guess we'll wait on Linda to come back before we do any action.
We're waiting on you.
Okay, sorry.
No.
We're still gonna talk.
Oh, no, we're waiting on you. I know you got all the questions. I know Linda's got more.
No, I'm good.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate y'all letting me talk a little bit today. So.
I'm ready.
Mr. Chairman.
Yep. If y'all have any questions, feel free to reach out.
Oh, you can wait?
What?
We're not done.
Oh, we're not done? Oh, I thought that was it.
No.
Let me sit my little self still here.
I'll make a motion to change our name from the Floyd County Recreation Department to the Floyd County Parks and Recreation Department.
I'll second that.
Woo.
Great.
All right, Chairman. So on the motion to change the name of the department from the Floyd County Recreation Department to Floyd County Parks and Recreation Department, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook.
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold.
Yes.
Mr. Cox
Yes.
and Mr. Turman.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
I'll make a motion if you're ready to
Ready.
approve the presented Parks and Recreation Policy and Procedure as amended and clearance with the county attorney after his review. That way, after he reviews it, if it clears, it doesn't have to come back to us.
Correct. One less step.
Well, that's what I'm trying to help you out, because I know you need it quick.
You're a smart man.
USC trash is half of.
Well, we'll see.
Tell me you new attorney.
There you go. So, go ahead.
All right, on the motion to approve the Floyd County Parks and Recreation policy and procedures as amended after clearance with the county attorney, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Ms. Cookabook,
Yes.
and Mr. Turner.
Yes.
All right.
Yay.
Congratulations.
Thank you. It's been a good day. No problem. Thank y'all. All right. Y'all have a good day. Appreciate it.
It wasn't too bad on you.
No. I'm expecting to leave here in tears.
Bye, Jacob.
All right.
He's doing a good job.
Oh, well, thank you.
I should have said that while he was still here, but
We'll tell him to listen to,
tell him
say all
to
kinds of
listen.
things were said right after you left, behind your back.
Just said after he left.
Yeah.
I just want to get that out there. I wish I got it before he left.
He wasn't waiting for you to get any more.
One more.
All right.
I'm sorry. It got a deep connection to this.
You do.
That's great.
And I'm trying to let go.
Okay, I think it's just me now. So, and it's mostly just updates, and to make sure you guys are good with a couple of things. On the EMS billing, we have reached out to the vendor that you all had selected. They have provided us with their kind of standard contract language, and that's been forwarded to Mr. Durbin for review. So as soon as that comes back, we'll go ahead and take care of that. But we're trying to close that loop as quickly as we can. Related to all that, you all are probably aware that Myra's mother is not doing well. So she's been a trooper though. She goes to the hospital, she goes to the nursing facility, comes into work a little bit. So she's still plowing on. So I really want to applaud her for making all that effort and keep her family in our prayers.
Pay particular attention to that one issue when you're reviewing the contract.
Yes, and yes, we will. And the Go Virginia update is just that they are moving along on the strategic planning and membership campaign. So we have a campaign kickoff event next week. And there's been a lot of activity, a lot more than I had seen when I first started, about trying to make sure they hear from all of the Ladinas of the world, all of the Lindas of the world, as they're putting this together. So that's been really, really helpful. They definitely know where Floyd County is now, so that's been good. The Commonwealth Bear Committee met last week or week before, and so we're starting to go through those documents, and mostly it's just a Zoom meeting and a follow-up with, these are my suggestions, those kind of things, but that's still moving on, and we're still working on that.
Do you have anybody from the National Wildlife Association or anything like that that's chiming in or listening in or made any contact?
Game and inland fisheries.
Well, that's the state.
Yeah, this has been mostly driven by the state folks. Yeah, this is kind of a state initiative.
Because the federal level, at one time they had programs where they could come out and put traps out and they would relocate
They
problems.
don't relocate.
Well, usually I think they relocate here from other areas, but I can't.
Yeah, they have, I did ask about the relocation, and that is not a practice of the Commonwealth anymore.
Good.
Yeah, one way or the other. They just.
We always got the
They don't. Well, also kind of related to that, we had some additional supply chain slowdowns related to the bear-resistant boxes. So we got some of them, and they're at the rec center, at the rec park, and now there's a new set that's out there that is also being placed. And so far, they've been working really, really well. They are not things that could replace a green box. They're way too small for that. But nonetheless, they seem to be making a huge difference at the park.
And I've noticed on them too, citizens are starting to close the doors more than they, and especially in areas where we pulled boxes because of the problem. The ones that were Route 8, I've been there several times. Every time I went down there, every door on it shut.
Oh, good.
So maybe whoever's using that decided they didn't want to take it away again, so.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good. Yes, as you know, I'm now a frequent visitor to the one on Franklin Pike, so I've had conversations with a few people there. Hey, you can't do that. So the equipment committee, those of you that are on that know that we've, Kevin reached out, and so we picked one day and working on the second one, waiting to hear back from somebody on that. But then we'll go out and do some visits and move forward.
If you need to, go ahead, and then I told Kevin, if I'm the only one that can't be there, then 115th, go ahead with it. And then I'll sit down with him and I can catch up notes, or you know, if that will still work, if that schedule still works for everybody.
Okay.
I don't know what time we'll get back on Tuesday, but I don't know that we'll be back in time to do that, nor have the inclination to do it.
I understand. Okay, well, I appreciate that. And then I had, since I wrote this, we actually had a couple of things I needed to add for you. Yeah, not bad though, not bad.
Interrupted her.
I know. I spoke to the folks from the Perfect Gift Shop yesterday, and so I was trying to get it into your correspondence so you could see, but I wasn't able to get it in because it was email. Anyway, they have lost their previous location for the Perfect Gift Shop, and have called and asked if the county had some property locations that we could use. And the only place I could think of is the space that Jacob has vacated.
For the Christmas season?
Just for this year, for essentially Black Friday through the end of December. So, and Linda may know more about this, but the Perfect Gift Shop is essentially they collect donations and buy some lower cost things, and then children and elderly folks can come and shop and get a gift to be able to give to their parents or whatever. They don't actually have a income test, but the intention is for families that don't have a lot.
They used to be next to the Floyd Express, and then they were over at the Baptist Church's building across the old woods, homes. And now they're homeless.
Not opposed, but we need to check with our insurance provider, because that's a little different activity than a nonprofit.
It's a nonprofit.
Yes, I'm sorry, it's a nonprofit.
It's like a gift exchange. Huh?
Probably not.
Yeah, it would be good to check with insurance.
I'll check with insurance, but if you guys are, yeah.
We may have to add something to cover something like that.
Okay.
Might not be.
A little rider for a month. Yeah.
Yeah, well, and they may have their own already, to Kim's point, and
They can add us.
yeah, something like that.
That's the only thing.
Yeah, they had originally asked about the other space that we have.
When you anticipate full moving.
Well, Jacob has pretty much moved out. It's still a mess in there, but the stuff that he took is gone. There's still, we have some things we have to do still for him to have internet at the rec park. So he's a little bit back and forth, but he's mostly hanging out up there. already. So, and that gets, if I might, to my next item, unless you had more. No? Okay. So, the chairs here, of course, came from citizens, and because of that, we were able to move these chairs, which were stackable, out to the rec park. And the Eco Village has offered us, they have a bunch of folding tables that they are willing to donate to the county to use out at the rec park for our facility. So that is going to save us a lot of money, which is really nice. And
Thank you note or letter or card is appropriate there, I think.
yes, I will definitely do that and get it around for you to sign at the next meeting.
Please.
And then the two last things real quick is, the folks that have been helping us a little bit at the park would also like to maybe have some public art out there. And so ones that would be on loan. So I thought I would just let you all know, and maybe we can talk more a little bit in the future, and we can talk some offline if you need, but I want to let you know that I've been approached by both some citizens in the community from the partnership, and also the arts folks have talked to me about over time, would we be interested in having public art that the artist would carry their own insurance and everything, but would we be willing to host various public art? And I recognize that we need to, especially for the first ones, be mindful, and so I will tell them that. Like statues and metalwork and stuff.
Say that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Not like.
No. So I just wanted, and I'll follow up a little bit more.
Secondary insured and.
Yep. Thank you.
I would think we'd want to have a,
We may have to do a disclaimer too, because if it's left like overnight, length of time, that we're not responsible financially or otherwise.
Yeah.
That'd be with Steve to
but
track that.
also we would want something that would be appropriate because you have young children.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
That's the mindful part. I was trying to be correct. So we'll avoid too educational too quickly. How's that?
That kind of
Education and recreation. Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah. And then the final thing, just in passing, I think I mentioned in conversation to y'all in general, but that if you look at the paper today, you will see that there is an RFP notice there for financial software, both as an option of an enterprise-wide system or one that excludes the treasurer's office and the commissioner of revenue. And so they have 10 days to respond to that.
And so both those offices, both those offices did respond in writing or email that they declined to participate.
Yep.
Yep. So that's where that is. And the RFP itself, there was a smaller posting in the paper, but the RFP itself will get linked up here, hopefully before I leave tonight. So folks can go ahead and get to it. And I'll try to get it up on Eva, but I don't promise that yet. But I'll try. So that's, I think, unless you have something? I don't. Doggone. Well, then we might be done.
All right.
Stick.
May I?
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn until our next regular meeting on Tuesday, November 22nd.
I'll second that.
Motion second, call the roll.
All right, on the motion to adjourn until our
Been here too long.
our normal nighttime meeting Tuesday, November 22nd, I believe. Ms. Bechtel?
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
Mr. Booth?
Yeah.
And Mr. Terman?
Yes.
Thank you.